Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Tanzanian man has testified before Nairobi court how he found a mix-up at Kenyatta National Hospital after coming to collect his late brother's body. The body has been mistakenly buried in Nyamira County. He went to court to have the body exhumed for DNA testing before sending it to Tanzania for proper burial. Milimani Law Court's Magistrate Paul Mutai approved the exhumation of the body buried on December 30th, 2025.
Nilishtuka. Kwa hiyo nilipoangalia huo mwili sikujua haraka kwamba sio yeye. Yeye alikuwa tumeshina sana. Mimi kutoka hapo tukaendelea na mipango ya mazishi mpaka tarehe 2 ndio tulikuwa tuzike.
At face value, it appears the family of Daniel Oyara was handed over the wrong body for burial. I will allow the application dated 21st of January and direct as follows: that the chief government pathologist to exhume the body remains.
The Judicial Service Commission has nominated 15 candidates for appointment as judges of Court of Appeal. This marks the conclusion of a competitive and constitutionally guided recruitment process. In a press statement dated January 22nd, 2026, the Commission said it is in the process of transmitting the names of the nominees to President William Ruto for formal appointment. Among those nominated are former Independent Policing Oversight Authority Chairperson Hamed Isaac Hassan and Advocate Kigen Katwa. Boda riders in Nanyuki are resisting new noise regulations, calling for public consultation before the rules are enforced. During a peaceful protest, they opposed the ban on modified exhaust and neon lights, saying the poor condition of roads and lack of street lighting make neon lights necessary.
Kuna sheria ilikuwa imetolewa. Ilikuwa imeandikwa na municipality ya kwamba pikipiki ambazo ziko na sauti inapitisha 84 decibel hazihitajiki katika mji wa Nanyuki. Sasa tumekuja hapa siku ya leo kumkabidhi barua municipal manager ili atuite mkutano wa dharura atuelezee 84 decibel kusema nini.
Sisi tunakataana na hayo mambo kabisa, na tunaomba ya kwamba kama kuna jambo lolote litatuhusisha watumie the right channel, watuite mkutano.
Ugandan opposition leader Bobi Wine has accused the government of intensifying a crackdown on his political movement. Wine claims that several of his senior deputies have been abducted or detained as security pressure mounts against the opposition. In a statement issued on Thursday, the National Unity Platform leader said his home remains under siege, describing the situation as a sustained campaign of persecution targeting both himself and his party's leadership.
In a country where a military general will consume their whiskey and wish somebody death and order for somebody's death, and that will happen in a country where a military general who is the son of also the president of that country and, tortures people on camera, it's not safe. Nobody is safe. What do? Do we surrender and be slaughtered? No, we don't.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. Where exactly are you? This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and it's 89.5 in Garissa. My name is Mungana Movie, and of course I'm seated across this wise guy. Tunamwitanga City Muga. Wanasemanga akili ni nywele na kila mtu ana zake. Sasa huyu jamaa ana nywele nyingi tena sana, na tena pia kuongezea pale juu ana mvi. City Muga, habari ya asubuhi ya leo?
Salama kaka.
Mimi niko salama sana. Yes. Leo naona uko sawa kuliko jana na juzi. Watu waliimba wanaitwa Sauti Sol walisema kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Oh, hiyo ni ngoma tofauti. But you know what I mean, right? Umepata nafuu.
I know who Sauti Sol is.
Yes.
Na hiyo kuliko jana, semavyo basi ndivyo sio.
Walisema ya kwamba ananipenda leo kuliko jana.
Mambo mazuri hayo.
Sitina, unaona umepata nafuu, nilikuwa nasema hivyo.
Brother, nashukuru sana.
Yes, this thing we are calling the cold has decided to go easy on you.
Imeenda easy on me.
Hiyo ni sawa. Nimeona pia ukimeza dawa.
Yes.
Naona ya kwamba ulifuata maarifa ya kuna jamaa jana alisema huyu jamaa anahitaji kumeza kitu.
Mtu kutoka Katara anasema give City hot coffee.
Na hot coffee tukakupatia.
Na pia bado ndio hizo.
Sawa basi. Don Sabwa says Paul, good morning. How is City? City is actually doing quite well. Wish him a quick recovery. Hiyo homa inaweza fanya ile kitu pap na itapotea pap. Ishaanza kupotea actually. So unasikia hata anapumua vizuri. Michael Olani anasema good morning to Marji. Michael, good morning to you too. Tupac Shakur amesema Masaku. I'm assuming he's listening from Masaku. Well, Tupac Shakur, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. It's a Friday, guys, and of course, kama K, we have a hot lineup for you as far as our guests are concerned. So do stand by for that and much more. But today being the 23rd day of January, also being the 23rd day of 2026. What is significant about today? Well, in 2006, Evo Morales becomes Bolivia's first indigenous president. Wait, what?
When?
In 2006, on a day like today. Or do we say Evo? Evo Morales becomes Bolivia's first indigenous president. So the ones who were there were exotic.
They were a mixture of the Spaniards who colonized that region. Some were just descendants of Spaniards. Indigenous means
natives.
Baba mzizi kila kitu hapo. Historia hapo.
Naam.
Ndivyo.
Okay. Yes. Interesting. Now
kama ukienda mahali inaitwa Iceland, kuna jawari wanaitwa Inuit.
Oh yes.
Indigenous.
Ambao pia wanapatikana sehemu za Greenland.
Nilikuwa nataka kuelekea huko. Unaanza na ile Iceland ukienda Greenland. Bali wao ni wao. Then ukija America, Northern na uingize Canada.
Yes.
Kuna wale wanaitwa Native Americans.
Yes.
Sasa wao ni indigenous.
Actually nilikuja kujua juzi tu. Wale wa Amerika ndio tunawaita Native Americans. Alafu wale wa Canada ambao tu ni familia moja wanajulikana kama First Nations.
They call themselves the First Nations, but it's the same thing because
it's the same thing, yes.
Ndio waanzilishi. So huyu brother wa Bolivia pia ni First Nation ya
kule Bolivia.
Ndio basi hivyo.
Naam.
Ndio.
Wacha sasa nikwambie kwa sababu mimi ni mpenzi wa mpira wa soka kandanda. Pale Bolivia kuna timu kadha wa kadha mimi huwa nashabikia.
Okay.
Timu ya kwanza inajulikana kama Club Bolivar.
Okay.
Wajua? Alafu timu ya pili ambayo nashabikia inajulikana kama The Strongest.
That's the name of a team.
Yes, actually I was shocked the first time I saw them.
They're called The Strongest.
The Strongest. Right. Yes, so hizo timu mbili, Club Bolivar, alafu The Strongest.
The Strongest.
Hawa na washabikia tena sana. Wanacheza mpira vizuri, wanachuana pale, wanatandikana mabao. Wakicheza kandanda pale nakwambia unafurahia. Mimi pena mipira ambayo kuna hanga na action. Unajua action?
Na election virusi sana bwana.
Naam, yes. Kama jana usiku kabla
yani kwa mfano wajua ukiona action shinde wanaambia well play.
Sasa ndio hiyo basi. Yes. Kama jana nilikuwa natizama mpira na nilikuwa nafurahia sana. Kuna timu kadha wa kadha nilikuwa nashabikia, lakini moja ile tunaweza sema yani ilikuanga ya maana sana. Yani nilishabikia vizuri na sana na nikatizama wakifanya mambo yao pale katika football stadium. Timu ambayo inajulikana kama Braga. Sijui kama unawajua wale.
Nchi gani?
Braga walikuwa wanacheza first of all na Nottingham Forest.
Braga, it's a team in the UK.
Yes, it plays for Portugal.
Oh, it's a Portuguese team.
Sorry, it's a Portuguese team. Sorry, it doesn't play for Portugal, but yes, it is.
I got you.
Yes.
Nimeshika.
It's a Portuguese team. Walikuwa wanacheza na majamaa wanajulikana kama Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest ni watu wa kule Uingereza. Walikuwa wanacheza pale. Nottingham Forest walikuwa wanacheza na Braga. Kabisa. Walikuwa wanafanya hizi lele kana mpira kana wakatinga bao moja tu timu game mzima pale. Kumaanisha game ilikuanga no tena sana. It was a UEFA Europa League game. Awesome stuff. All right. Big shout out to all of you who are tuned in. Karibuni tena sana. In case if you're just tuning in, well, it is the People's Breakfast. CT is just about to give us this thing that we call a proverb, also known as a methali. So CT, over to you.
Thank you very much. We are still in the Republic of Mali. Okay? This particular proverb is simple and straight to the point. Love it though.
Yes.
Nobody is born wise.
Nobody is born wise.
Kwa fupi.
Ni ukweli. Sisi wote tulizaliwa tukiwa wajinga.
Hapana.
Tukiwa mafala.
Hapana.
Tukiwa stupid.
Hapana.
Tukiwa foolish.
Hapana kabisa.
Tukiwa idiots.
Bro, hapana.
Okay, tukiwa nini?
Tulizaliwa kama hatuna hekima.
No one is born wise.
Hiyo tu. Unazaliwa bila hekima. Mambo haya yote unayotaja yanakuja na hekima.
Okay.
As you get wiser, meaning as you learn how to use the knowledge that you have in a judicious manner.
Right.
Along the way, ujinga na upumbavu ambao ulitajia, it's the result of trying something and realizing you made a mistake.
Yes.
Sasa, that's the path on the road that leads to wisdom hiyo.
Yes.
Bila hiyo, utakuwa na hekima.
Naam.
Bila hiyo uwezi.
Okay. Ushasema. Na kama nilivyosema, watu ambao wana mvi, mimi huwa siwapingi sana. Huwa tunawapinga nikiona ya kwamba wananidanganya. Lakini hapo nitasema hujanidanganya. radiogeneration.co.ke, that's where we at right now. We want to check out what are some of the trending stories. Some of them making headlines, of course, some of them of great interest to you. For instance, there's this one where we have been talking about it actually for a very long time. And it is Kenya repatriates 28 citizens from Russia after irregular military enlistment. Isn't this good news? Of course it is. The government has confirmed that 28 Kenyans have been safely returned from Russia after being irregularly recruited to participate in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, with authorities warning that more citizens may still be missing or trapped abroad. Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Sing'oei said those repatriated were victims of deceitful networks that exploit Kenyans, despite Nairobi's clear position against involvement in the war. Speaking at a GLOSEPS and India High Commission symposium in Nairobi, he described the Russia-Ukraine war as a global security risk that has direct economic impacts, including disruptions to the supply of essential goods. Sasa hawa walipatikana aje kwa Russia ndio wakarudishwa?
She went there.
I know some of these folks, because they were being put at the front lines of that war to face Ukrainian soldiers. Some of them actually went and surrendered to Ukraine. From some of the stories that have been checking out online. So you are called CT Muga. You've been given this AK-47 and then you're told, Pale, shoot in that direction, go. So some of them go in that direction with their hands up, perhaps with a white handkerchief, with their guns up. And they say, look, mimi, nimekuja kusarenda bwana. This war is not mine. Me, I'm called Wanjala na nimetoka mahali panaitwa Pungoma. Mimi sina chita na nyinyi. As a matter of fact, nirudisheni nyumbani. So they went, surrendered themselves, and then here we have them, 28 of them. This is good news.
As a matter of fact.
Let me ask you, City, If it were you found yourself in this situation, what would you do? Umejipata pale kwa vita, umepatiwa bunduki, umewekwa huko kwa front line. It's cold as hell. You're used to the Kisumu heat and Nairobi heat and Mombasa heat. But now you have to wear clothes on clothes on clothes on clothes, and then you have to fight an enemy that isn't even your enemy.
What you've just described is one of those rare moments that require profound reflection.
Yeah. Personally, I think I would do that. I would actually surrender.
They made a good move.
Yeah. I would surrender.
The story, though,
yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, is incomplete.
Okay, how so?
Well, how they got there. You know, Russia is not around near Uganda. Okay? It takes quite a bit of time, and you don't drive there either, and there's no bullet train that goes there.
Yes.
Somebody flew you there.
Right.
None of them has said that they were abducted.
Yes, no one was coerced.
Yeah, so they went there. Is it that what they thought they would find was an absolute lie and a complete deviation from what it is they were told to expect? Is it that they were told what to expect, but they didn't quite know what it looked like? Now, when they saw what it looked like...
You were told, okay, bro, we are taking you to the front line. Are you ready for this? Because some of them, actually, you're right, City, because some of them we read in one of the reports here that some of them are actually ex-military military folks from Kenya. So someone says, see, I've served in the army, I'm a veteran, I'm retired, but I still have some strength. I can actually go to the front line. It's not even
retired. The way the military works,
yeah,
when you're contracted, the first contract is a 9-year contract.
Okay, which military? Kenya?
Yes. You're contracted for 9 years. Within those 9 years, you can decide whether after 9 years...
continue or not.
Yes, after 9 years, then you can say, "Apana, mimi ndaka hapa." Then you continue.
For real? I thought it's like any other job.
No.
You're there permanent and pensionable.
No, unless it's 9 years. Yes.
Okay, now I have new information.
Look, people get it when they're 18, 19, even 20. 9 years gives you time to have matured and to decide whether, because by then you'll have been promoted, whether you like this life in the JC or you want to continue. I mean, you're given that option. Thereafter, then, you're permanent and pensionable, and you go on until, of course, the promotions that are due to you by virtue of your rank and the age fall in place, because there's that configuration that plays its part, whether you're an uncommissioned officer or an officer.
Right.
So, unless those things happen, there is a laid down procedure for attrition where you get to a certain age, you must have been promoted to a certain rank. If you haven't, then the likelihood of being laid off is there. So all these things come into play. Then there are people who were in the police service. Okay?
Yes, yeah.
We have very many people who were in the disciplined forces who are not old. They didn't wait until they were 50, God knows, or 60-something, God knows what. They retired in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. So these are people who could actually be, should we say, fighting fit. They could be recruited and an opportunity was provided.
Okay.
The details of how these recruitments took place, the details, we don't really know.
Yeah.
We've had one particular case where we're told there were individuals who were told they were going to be drivers, cooks. So you presume you have a driving license. The question you want to ask is, how valid is our driving license in Moscow or in Russia?
Okay.
Maybe since you can drive, they will train you, whatever it is.
I don't know which side of the road Russians drive on, but that for me would be the only hindrance.
No, it's not
and
a
it's
big
and it's not a big one because you'll just be taught, look, bro, you drive on this
and
side.
Plus, you'll find other people driving on that side, so it won't be a big problem. It's not you're the only one driving, so you have to figure out.
But for someone like me who's been driving for over 2 decades, nikifika pale,
I want to assure you, you will drive very easily.
Bas.
And the car will be a left-hand drive anyway.
Yes.
So driving on the right won't be a problem for you.
they actually drive...
No, I don't know. I'm saying if it is, you're driving on the right, then the car will be a left-hand drive.
Bana, unajua mimi naweza sawa nijipate niko...
No, you will get confused.
Especially when the roads are empty.
You will get confused.
Yes.
But many of these developed countries have signage everywhere.
Okay.
It is almost impossible for you to get lost. So, we will get to it. Some of these things, I don't preempt it by trying to figure out. If I give myself time, I will understand it.
But I was telling you my situation. I'm speaking for Paul Mungala Mbuvi. Find myself in Russia or even Ukraine and I hadn't planned for it. Nili lazimisho nikapatiwa bunduki. I'm surrendering to Ukraine. And I just tell them, bro, this isn't my war. I just want to go back home. Please.
I am not the person who is against you. In fact, I've just been reading about you in the papers.
Right.
I have no quarrel.
Beyond knowing that your president is called Volodymyr Zelensky, bro, I don't know anything about you guys. Please, take me back home. Mimi hivyo ndivyo ninaweza kuwaambia na mrudishe nyumbani haraka sana iwezekanavyo.
Right.
Government flags off nationwide distribution of grade 10 textbooks. The government has intensified efforts to enhance access to quality education with the nationwide distribution of textbooks for grade 10 learners as the transition to senior school gathers pace. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba on Thursday announced that the Ministry of Education has procured a total of 11,867. Oh, it's not 11,000. It's 11,867,325 textbooks for grade 10, reinforcing the government's policy of providing core learning materials at a ratio of 1 book per learner. The CS said the textbooks are being distributed to schools across the country to ensure learners and teachers are adequately supported as the new grade is rolled out. All right, there you have it. That is as far as education is concerned. Isaac Hassan Katwe Kigen, among 15 nominated for appointment as Court of Appeal judges. Say what now? All right, let's see this. Imeandikwa na Bradley Bosiri ametuambia hivi. The Judicial Service Commission has nominated 15 candidates for appointments as judges of the Court of Appeal, marking the conclusion of a competitive and constitutionally guided recruitment process. In a press statement dated January 22nd, 2026, the Commission said it is in the process of transmitting the names of the nominees to President William Ruto for formal appointment in line with Article 166 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Among those nominated are former Independent Policing Oversight Authority Chairperson Ahmed Isaac Hassan and Advocate Joseph Kipchumba Kigen Katwa. Is this the same Katwa Kigen who was president? That time he was the DP.
Same.
President Ruto's lawyer at the ICC.
Same guy.
Ah, okay. The others on the list include Lady Justice Hedwig Imbosa Ongudi, Justice Matthews Ndumanderi, Lady Justice Lynette Mumondolo, Justice Enoch Chacha Mwita. Ala, Chacha Mwita ako hapa. Lady Justice Lucy Mwehaki Njogona, Justice Samson Odhiambo Okongo, Lady Justice Rachel Chepkoech Ngetich, Justice Stephen Anderson Radido Okio. Oh, here's a very okay. It is Justice Stephen Anderson Radido.
Justice Radido. Ndio huyo unasema?
Hii kikamba inakataa kuenda. Let me say it again.
Radido sio jina.
I gotta say this again, man. I gotta say this again. Sisi shindo kusema na nilienda shule nikasoma, wazazi wangu kalipo school fees mingi sana. Justice Stephen Anderson Radido Okiyo. There. Brown Murungi Kairaria, Paul Lilan, Justice Munyao Sila, Johnson Okoth Okelo, and Justice Byram Ongaya. Quite a list, eh? So the JSE said the recruitment process was rigorous, transparent, and competitive, and was conducted in full view of the public. Well, I wish all these candidates the best, man, and may the best justice and lady justice, get this position. What else is in the news? When you get onto this website, you'll find lots and lots of great stuff. Now, dispute over unionizable grades delays aviation workers negotiations, KCAA says. Dispute over unionizable grades delays aviation workers negotiations. This is according to the KCAA, that is the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. So what are they saying? Negotiations between the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, and the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, KAWU, have hit a stumbling block of the classification of unionizable grades, raising concerns about labor relations in the country's aviation sector. Now, KCAA confirms that it met with KAWU on January 20th, 2026 to begin discussions on the collective bargaining agreement. While the authority says it engaged in good faith and is willing to discuss all relevant matters, the disagreement over which staff grades qualify for union membership stalled progress. Now, the meeting concluded with agreement on a specific issue of unionizable grades, according to KCAA Director General Emil Arao, emphasizing that the authority remains committed to lawful constructive agreements with KAWU. Now, management maintains that its position is guided by a 2011 Industrial Court ruling, which legally defines eligible grades for union representation. Aya, hii ni mambo ya mishahara, wacha hapo to wish all the best as well. UDA opens 2027 aspirants registration portal. So if you want to run on a UDA ticket, let's see what they're saying about your prospects. Now, the UDA party has opened an online registration portal for party members intending to contest various elective seats in the 2027 general election, marking the formal start of early preparations for the polls. In a notice dated January 22nd and issued by the party's National Elections Board, UDA invited qualified and interested members to register as participants in the UDA Aspirants Forum, a body mandated to guide the party's nomination process ahead of the next general election. The registration portal, accessible via aspirants-forum.uda.ke, allows aspirants to enroll in the forum, which is tasked with deliberating on and implementing mechanisms for conducting free, fair and transparent party nominations. Now, according to the fee structure, aspirants for the position of member of county assembly will pay, guess how much, Siti Muga?
I'm not going to guess what you can tell me. Tell me.
Now, MCAs who aspire and then they want to vie with the UDA ticket, the registration fee is 2,000 bob. Okay. Those seeking to contest for member of National Assembly or woman representative or senator will pay, guess how much, City? 5,000 South in Chape. While gubernatorial aspirants will pay, guess how much? 10,000 shillings. Now,
just to the 10,000 is for
10,000 is for governor.
Okay, and you're paying it so that you can register.
Yes, this is the registration fee,
right?
So that they can facilitate your registration.
And this money, does it go to eCitizen?
No. Actually, good question, because they have it right here. They said payments can be made via M-Pesa using paybill number 888092. So it's not a eCitizen affair.
Okay,
in your UDA si serikali. UDA ndio imeform serikali.
UDA is political party.
Yes, it's a party.
So if you wish to vie for any political seat, they're saying it is public knowledge and in the public domain.
Yes.
So it can't get more public than that.
Right.
Anybody who wishes to vie,
right,
please proceed.
Alternative payments can be made through equity account number, that one that they have posted there. Ni mrefu sana sitawasomea. Ukitaka enda radiogeneration.co.ke and the news and politics. Check out that registration criteria and we wish you all the best. MCA, again, let me remind you, you need 2,000 bob. MCA wangepatiwa 500 bwana. 2,000 pesa mingi. MCA wanafaa kuregister na 500. MCA ndio mtu wa chini kabisa.
So what?
Huyu ni mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda, huyu ndio akina nani? Kama gera, watu wa matatu.
2,000 is fine.
500.
The portal isn't closing today.
Mimi natetea watu wa chini.
And I'm telling you, if you really want to buy, don't have the money, just save until you get the 2,000 and then register.
No.
What do you mean no?
Even if they are given 5 years, 500 bob. Waende.
Why don't you start your own party?
Ndio mtu arrange na
I mean serious, why don't you start your own
party? Matano mani.
Why don't you start your own party? In fact, what you do
right
is all you tell the people who want to vie in your party ticket, everybody across board, 5 bob.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Then,
yeah,
it's their party.
Yes. It's their party. I know. I'm just
saying.
Yes,
so this too much Akili, wacha.
I'm suggesting to them.
Do not suggest to them.
No,
they don't need your advice. Are you a member of UDA?
I'm not.
Then stop advising them.
I'm not a member of any political party.
Then stop advising UDA. They must have done their public participation.
Right.
They must have talked to their members before they agreed and said, okay, maybe it was 50, then they said, no, 2,000. So this 2,000,
yes,
ndio bei asubuhi,
yes,
na mchana na usiku. And they've agreed. Please find something else to talk about. UDA, if they want to charge 1,000 bob,
yes,
let them charge. You don't have to vie. on your UDA ticket.
Yes.
But if you choose to buy, go and pay 2,000.
But maybe UDA is popular where I am, and people are like...
Where you come from, Wiper is popular. It's not complicated.
I just said maybe.
And I am saying...
By the way,
yes, please.
in my constituency, there's a gentleman, a former journalist called Boniface Musambi.
Mkoengi, si hata Enoch Wambo was a former journalist.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes, he was.
I didn't know.
Enoch Wambo used to work for the Standard.
So Boniface Musambi, a very good buddy of mine, he vied on a UDA ticket in Kitui Central.
We have many journalists in the August House. Musamba was a journalist.
But Musambi didn't get to win, but he came in second after Dr. Makali.
That is close.
Yes, very close. So he was number 2 on a UDA ticket. So usidharau UDA hiyo pande.
No. There's no madharau. My statement was a simple one.
Right.
In your neck of the woods, Wiper Party is the more popular party.
Yes, you're right as far as that is concerned.
That is what I said. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But wezi kosa, maybe I'm not sure, maybe kuna ka MCA mahali kalipata kiti ya, because of course Wiper didn't get all seats.
It is very possible. It's very, very possible. Yes.
So guys, that is where we'll come to a stop as far as these stories are concerned. But check out what is happening on the other spaces. You can check out news and politics, worldview, business, technology, entertainment, education and career, health and wellness, sports. You will not lack something to check out as far as radiogeneration.co.ke is concerned. John Mutua, good morning, my lovely TV. Nothing is so sweet to listen. My brother Mbuvi, now my friend City, be a chef. Be a chef, you need double espresso coffee. This is for City. City, nimeambiwa nikuitisha double espresso. John Mutua, get ready, tunakutumia pay bill, tunakutumia pay bill mahali ambapo utatuma hiyo pesa ya kahawa ya City Muga. Meanwhile, si tumesema tuangalie traffic.
Traffic ni mzuri, is good.
Traffic.
Haya, sawa. Tuanze na Ngumo Estate pale barabara inaitwa Raila Odinga Way. Iko sawa kabisa. You guys are not complaining at all whatsoever. Let me just refresh this to ensure that I'm getting the latest news as far as your traffic is concerned. Oh yeah, it is the latest. So Raila Odinga Way iko Ngong Road pia haina shida yoyote. Haile Selassie naona mnasonga vizuri tena sana. Valley Road pia naona mnasonga sawa sawa. State House Road kule iko fiti kabisa. Dennis Street amna shida. Cotton Avenue no problem. Agwing Skodek, Haile Selassie, Douglas Wakihuri, then there's Uhuru Highway, Mombasa Road, the Expressway. You guys are moving quite well. Pale Imara Daima tumekuwa tumezoea kuona traffic, but today it seems to be moving well. Oh, okay, wait. I spoke too soon. Imara Daima pale kwa bus stop heading all the way into General Motors. Actually, that traffic is stretching all the way to Cabanas. Poleni tena sana. Yeah, so you guys are not moving on that particular stretch. Then we have Airport North Road. Airport North Road is looking clean. That means you guys are not stopping anywhere for nothing. Then also Outer Ring Road, heading towards Allsops, mnakaa mko sawa sawa, hamna shida yoyote. Pale Feather Estate, hiyo barabara inajulikana. Hii barabara inajulikana kama nini? Clearly haina jina. But yeah, hiyo barabara ambayo inatoka sehemu ya Feather ndio ili kuje ijoin Outer Ring Road. Kuna ka traffic kidogo tu, lakini kwa sababu pale ambapo barabara inashikamana na barabara kuu kuna traffic kidogo. Ngong Road as well, looking quite well, no complaints at this particular hour. Let's zoom out to Mombasa. Mombasa mnasema vipi? I'm looking at what am I looking at? I'm looking at actually today things are looking good. Isipokuwa tu pale katika ferry, Likoni ferry, mahali mnangoja kupanda ferry on both sides of the pond. You guys are looking good though for the rest of the roads. Dedan Kimathi Avenue, no complaints, but there's this one huge red line. It's a very long red line along Ibarabara bwana. Sasa inaitwaje? Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Yes, on both sides of the road. That area is highlighted maroon. Mwembe Tayari Road as well, which is adjacent to Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Inakaa pia iko bumper. Chochote kikibadilika kwenye barabara nitawashow.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, getting down to business on the Business Daily. Absa, Citibank, top in lowering cost of loans. 34 out of 38 banks cut their interest rates in 2025. UBA, Kingdom lead 4 banks that raised their rates. What? All right. For example, they're saying Absa in December 2024, their lending rate was 18.95. And in December, it was 13.75, which is a drop of 5.2%. Wow, that's a good thing. Citibank, at the end of 2024, it was 15.33. At the end, wait, this can't be true. Oh, yes, it is actually true. By the end of last year, it was 10.17. And then Middle East Bank, at the end of 2024, it was 22%. At the end of last year, it was 17. So that's another drop of 5. So averagely, these banks have dropped their rates by 5%. CIB, at the end of 24, it was 20.2. At the end of 25, it was 15.7. Another drop of about 5. Stanbic Bank was 15.36 in 24. And in 25, it was 11.8. Another drop of about 3 point something %. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, indeed, it is. On Life, they are profiling Dr. Leonard Ngunga. His first love wasn't the heart, it was bones. The heart came accidentally, and once it arrived, it was relentless. Why don't you read that full interview, page 19 of the Business Daily. George Omuga, on page 2. This is Omuga. You know Omuga? No, I don't. All right. And then on page 9, Kenya Pipeline IPO can help bring retail investors back to Nairobi Securities Exchange, but only if we break the pattern of political board capture. I agree. This is by Jaindi Kisero. All right, that is a... Oh, yeah, no, there's another story here. State seeks to tighten grip on Kenyan board. Page 5. Why NCBA Group chose Nedbank's offer over rival bids. CAK approves Zenith's buyout of Kenya's Paramount Bank. And then on the back page of the Business Daily, the legacy trap. Here's why brand heritage alone won't save you. That one is by Geoffrey Sirumba. Matters branding. Sawa. Business Daily. Ruto's mini headaches. At a glance, this is what is giving him a headache. Hostile court orders, delicate pre-election coalition talks with ODM, internal UDA disputes linked to party polls. Waieke ikuwe 500. Missed revenue targets and rising debt burden. Behind schedule disbursement to counties, public sector labor strike threats, looming drought, education sector crisis, growing resistance to sale of state farms, and regrouping opposition eyeing unity deal. So they're saying President Ruto is latching from one crisis to another as he begins the final full year in office ahead of polls in August next year. How he navigates the challenges to reignite the populism that swept him to power likely to influence his re-election strategy. GSC nominates 15 Court of Appeal judges tuliwasomea hapo awali na tukasema tunawawish all the best. Tunawatakia kila la heri. Couples, 3 children killed in car crash days to US return. Quite a sad story. This one has been making rounds on social media. 3 children died because of this particular accident. Wangwe Ndirangu with her children Emmanuel Njeri and Cairo. That is Emmanuel Njeri and Cairo, those are the children. They were in a van involved in an accident in Gilgil on January 4th. All the children died while Miss Ndirangu and her husband, Christopher Mr. Christopher, sustained minor injuries.
You know, this thing has darkened my day completely.
It's a sad state of affairs there.
You know, it's the culmination of accidents that we've had in this period leading to Christmas. Around the Christmas period.
Yes.
And it seems to be all these accidents were somewhere in the Rift Valley. What is it?
Would you like to check out the Standard and the Weekend Star?
All right. Let's start with the Weekend Star.
Right.
Siasa pages Why don't I start with the other news and get to the news and siasa pages?
Why not? Yeah.
Ruto lawyer Kigen and Isaac Hassan land positions at the Court of Appeal. The Stars decided to choose two names that are widely known, so that you can highlight the new appointees to the Court of Appeal. This is a good thing. Not the mention of Kigen and Isaac Hassan, but the number of Court of Appeal judges, because the load that judges within members of the bench in this country, starting from the magistracy, going upwards, Court of Appeal, High Court, Court of Appeal, they are overburdened.
Yeah.
So this is good. It is a good thing.
Yeah.
And if these two gentlemen happen to be among them, goody. The JSC have announced that this is what they've arrived at, and this is part of what they are mandated to do. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, let us wait for Kenyans to start relating to this news, because they will, and then we will hear those who are for, those who are against, who have this. We will hear.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are here. We shall report on the same.
What we hear and what they have to say. But this is a good thing in that there is a dire need for such individuals, and it's being met. But while we're at it, let me just say this. There are very many people who belong to the judiciary, the bench specifically, who had cases, issues that were being handled by the High Court. I don't know how far these things have gone. Or
cases, you mean cases against them?
There are people who brought cases against them.
Okay.
And of course they protested, some appealed. It would be good to hear, to know how it is that matters which pertain to members of the bench,
Yes.
matters which pertain to members of the fraternity of court officers, how they handle and the outcomes.
Okay.
All right? It is justice for all. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one particular justice by the name of Murugi Mugo. She's had a case pending for a very, very long time. And I'd like to know how that one has, how it has culminated.
But you know what I usually say?
What do you usually say?
Huwezi kuwa in a position such as the ones that they hold in life na ukose kukuwa tu na mtu mwenye akona shida na wewe.
Believe me, shida itokee tu wananchi wa kawaida. You will find problems from within that very body.
Yes.
People who are supposed to be colleagues. That is where the problem is likely to. Yes.
Or even businessmen, they conduct business with.
That is absolutely true. People who are unhappy with the outcome of your adjudication.
Right.
They feel no.
Are judges allowed to have side hustles?
Meaning, are they allowed to have a practice?
No, not a practice. Not like at a legal practice. No, like you can be a lawyer or a judge.
And you have a farm?
No. You can be a judge, but you run a chicken farm.
Wait, what's you confused? Did I not say farm just now? And you said no.
No, I thought you meant like a law firm.
No, that's a firm.
Okay.
Farm ni samba. Unajua samba.
Okay, so to be clear, am I as a judge allowed to be a judge but run my own M-Pesa business, for example?
Hiyo ni sawa.
Na nikuwe na nini na shamba ya nauza potatoes, onions and so. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sawa.
Unapanda hata dragon fruit.
So kunaweza kuwa na mtu tunaweza kuwa na dispute na yeye anasema nilimuuzia rotten crop.
Yes, ama yeye alikuwa anataka snake fruit, ukamuuzia dragon fruit.
Bas.
Yes.
Okay.
Kuna hizo?
Kuna hizo pia.
Tuko sawa?
Tuko kabisa.
Farm ndio ile kampuni ya kufanya law. Farm ndio ile unalima na
jembe.
Hiyo.
Na niliona hawa mahakimu huwa wanapata pesa mingi. Mshahara wao.
Mingi.
Yeah, these guys earn well over 700 Gs, depending on, of course, rank and the number of years you've been working.
You're saying this as though it's a bad thing?
No. I'm actually happy for them. Very happy for them.
I actually think they should earn more.
Yeah, it's a lucrative career.
No. That 800, this guy should start with, say, 1.5 going onwards, if you ask me.
To make them incorruptible, yeah?
No. That's not the point. That is just reward for the work they do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was speaking to a lawyer friend of mine. Actually, she's my cousin, and I was asking her, why is it that kuna a lot of backlog in terms of cases? Are judges, lazy? Do we not have enough judges, and so on and so on? So she told me, that profession is the same as any other profession. Judges get sick, judges get tired, judges get pregnant, judges Yeah, they die. Some of them also have mental problems just like us. So unapata kesi City Muga, Justice Muga alikuwa anashughulikia, inabidi sasa imetupiwa Brian Odor pale. Na Brian Odor sasa pia kuna shida zake. So she was explaining to me and I was like, okay, kind of makes sense.
Right. There is a story of family holiday turns tragic after 3 siblings die in crash. This story is...
Yeah, Gilgil, ni noma.
You know, something permanently needs to be done. I am going to talk about this. Let us bring somebody who works for this agency that deals with these things.
NTSA, you mean?
Yes, so that we can talk about this in great length.
Okay.
I will be speaking emotionally about it, and this topic requires a clear mind. So let's get people who understand what happens, who have the data.
Tusonge mbele.
Does not prevent STIs is injected once in 6 months.
Come again.
What am I talking about? I'm just reading the headline. But let me go to Siasa first.
Okay.
Winnie Odinga shakes up Kenya's political scene with audacious move. Like father, like daughter, on page 7. That's a Siasa column. In the news, doctor in hip cosmetic surgery gone wrong, testify on patient care. Okay? Right. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, does not prevent STIs. Really? Is injected once in 6 months. What on earth are we talking about?
What on earth are you talking about?
There is an ARV.
Nimeshika sasa kopi yangu.
Inaitwa Lenacapavir. Okay? It is what you call a long-acting ARV.
Oh yeah, we highlighted this actually a couple of weeks ago, but yes.
We talked about it. It's been around for some time. But now, it is available in Kenya and it is free for those who are HIV positive. Free. It's costing the government 6,000 Kenya shillings.
Per patient?
Per year.
6,000 shillings per patient per year.
Yes, but the drug has been subsidized. According to the Star,
yes, this
drug actually costs, the drug would cost you 3.6 million shillings a year to administer.
So inazuia
it's like a prophylaxis, meaning ukidungwa shindano, naam, huna haja kumeza ARVs kila siku. The need to take tablets on a daily basis has been moved aside. So with that injection, you can now wait for 6 months before you go for yet another injection. Yes, but there is also another drug made by another company. This particular drug is made by a company called Gilead.
Okay.
Gilead Sciences. All right.
The Gileads were a community, a society community in the Bible, right? They were a tribe called the Gilead, no? No.
Maybe that page is missing from my Bible, so I will not comment.
All right.
But the Gilead is the name of a place.
Okay.
There's a rock associated with some holy happenings in those ancient times. Gilead was the name of a place.
So,
all right. There is another company called GSK HIV, and another one called V Healthcare. They also have a drug that does the same thing, but theirs is injected after 2 months.
Just to as I contribute on that, Gilead in the Bible primarily refers to a fertile, mountainous region east of the Jordan River, known for its rocky or hard terrain, symbolizing strength and witness. Yeah, I knew I have read something like Gilead in the Bible. But anyway, getting back to this Madawa.
This is an important thing. The reason why the headline is prefaced by does not prevent other STIs.
Yes.
It means don't go about interpreting this thing. It's HIV.
Yes. Haizui kaswende.
Hapana.
Haizui kisonono.
Hapana.
Haizui zile zingine zote zenye.
All, just list them as you see fit. It does not.
Right.
HIV. Right?
So basically what they're saying is once you get injected, don't go just doing, I'm free.
My friend, what it does is
it's an ARV.
Whatever the ARV did when you took it on a daily basis, this one injection does the same thing for 6 months.
Question, City, and perhaps you know the answer to this or not. Inadunga wapi? Kwa bambam, kwa mkono, kwa vein, inadunga wapi?
Let's start by asking the question, where is it most effective for that drug to actually precisely?
It depends on where it needs to act.
That one, those who are medical practitioners will know. I have no clue. I know the injection.
And you leprosota what now?
Lenacapavir.
Lenacapavir.
With a CAPAVIR. That's a 6-month long-acting ARV. And then there's a Tegravir. That one is the 2-month. Yes.
So they're saying it is a revolutionary long-acting injectable medication for HIV prevention. So it is a PrEP, offering a twice-yearly injection option for daily oral pills, approved by the US FDA, endorsed by WHO, and rolling out in countries like Kenya. Why is it though? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but why is it being rolled out in Kenya?
What do you mean, why is it being rolled out in Kenya? It already exists. We're talking about it rolled out now.
In Kenya.
Yes, it's not.
So folks in the US have been using it.
This thing is old, Chief. This didn't come out yesterday or the year before. No. It's been here for a while. It's only now that it's being rolled out in Kenya.
Yes.
Perhaps the reporting should have been specific and said, this has been available in other countries like blah, 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 blah. But it's now it's being rolled out in Kenya.
Yeah.
Now, rolling out doesn't mean it was not available in Kenya.
Right.
It may have been available, but you pay for it.
Yes.
Now it is free. And they look at priority counties, and I'm going to mention them. When you say priorities, it means these are places with high prevalence of HIV. Okay? So if you live here, no. Nairobi,
No.
Kajiado, Kisumu,
Yes.
Homa Bay,
Right.
Migori, Siaya, Mombasa, Busia, Machakos, Kisii.
Now, I asked you where on the body, the site of injection on the body. They're saying it is a subcutaneous injection. So that means it is injected under the skin into the abdomen. So ni hapa kwenye kitambi.
As I said, those who will be providing this particular treatment would know. Now you have found them and they have told you. Yes.
So wamesema kama uwezi dungwa kwenye tumbo lako, unadungwa kwenye paja, yani thigh area. So it's either on the abdomen or on the thigh. Now you know. I'm asking because mimi, you can inject me anywhere on the body but other than the bum bum. Hiyo tu ndio siwezi kubali, inakuanga na shida kidogo.
You and your bum need to come to an arrangement where these things can happen.
Oh my goodness. Umemaliza na Standard? Sorry, Star. Umemaliza na Star,
Yes, Business Daily ulisoma. Daily Nation uliangalia?
Daily Nation pia tumeangalia.
That's a Star.
Standard, sorry, yes.
Right. What a waste is the headline. This is a Standard speciality. You splash one huge headline and you make sure that you cannot miss it.
Yeah.
2.44 billion down the drain. What are they talking about? Okay? They are talking about a court ruling by Bahati Wambui, the High Court judge, regarding President Ruto's advisors. And they're saying, yes, the thinking behind it was wonderful, excellent, good, super. However, the appointments were secretive and competitive and a brazen abuse of public funds, laying bare a culture of patronage dressed up as expertise. Okay? So there are those who argue that this is essentially a reward scheme for cronies that one has seen unfolding.
But it is.
It is.
Yeah, let's be honest.
I wouldn't know. You tell me.
Siti hata wewe unajua. Hata wewe unajua.
No, actually I don't.
Siti unajua, come on.
Actually I do not.
Siti.
Honestly, I do not.
I was watching the news yesterday when I saw this thing and I was like, my very good friend, Professor Kisiangani, Edward Kisiangani, alitajwa hapo pia kama one of the folks who shouldn't be an advisor, or rather shouldn't be in that payroll.
And why not?
Sorry, come again? Or why not? Because they were saying that, number one, it's unconstitutional.
Okay, now it's been declared unconstitutional. Yeah. So if you say not be on the payroll now, I understand, but it'll be appealed.
For sure it will.
Okay.
And then...
this thing will go to the court of the Supreme Court.
Of course.
By the time it gets to the Supreme Court, we'll have had an election.
But by the time it's deliberated on,
we'll have had an election. Okay.
But let's even assume it was to be, so all said and done, wrapped up by end of this month.
It will not be wrapped up by the end of this month.
I'm putting out a case here for the sake of argument. Do you think that now the president will be like, he'll tell now akina Professor Kisiangani, sasa si hata unaona my friend, bana, justice
you
flani
think the
flani.
president does not understand what this means or didn't know it was going to come?
You see, the thing here is, I'm trying to ask a question here and I hope I'll get an answer.
Well,
of course, the president, even by the time he was appointing these folks.
I'm giving you feedback here.
Yeah, even by the time he was appointing these folks, he knew 150% that it's unconstitutional, right? But he did it anyway. So my question here is, assuming that we have gotten to a point where by January this case is wrapped up, and now even the Court of Appeal has said, bro, whatever the lower court said, we stand by it. Sasa unadhani president atambia kina Dr. Professor Kisiangani hapa ati my friend, sasa si umeona wamesema muende bana, endeni nyumbani? I don't think so.
Okay, now since you're saying the question, he did it? Okay.
Yes.
And
would he did it again?
Yes,
he would.
There was the question on the CASs. Remember?
Yeah? Yes.
See, the court did it. And then the president also told them, as you said, ndugu zanguni.
Tumeona venye nani amesema. Si mimi. Mimi nilikuwa nataka mkwe na hii job.
So, there are times,
right,
politically speaking.
Yes.
This is the beauty of having a court. We then get to distinguish subject matters. When you are in a position where you think you can afford some of your cronies some good, or some people you think are deserving.
Yes.
And then you proceed. And you wait for the law to take its course.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
did not start with the CASs. No. In the Kibaki era,
yes,
okay, there was like a small little detail about the former provincial administration. Okay? And how the provincial administration was no longer going to be as it was before. Very great clarity, okay? Chiefs who had APs, administration police who were attached to chiefs. All that sort of like changed. And then you had a situation where now President Kibaki felt these people needed to come back in one form or the other.
Yes.
County commissioners, that's what they were then called. This the matter went to court. There is always the issue of applying the dictates of a new constitution, and it requires guidance.
Yes.
And there's always those who understand the practice of what was in the old constitution and the service it provided, especially when your entire adult life has been with the old constitution. The new constitution becomes a bit of a bother. Okay. The truth is this.
Yes.
The Transition Authority and the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution, that's where we were shortchanged.
Okay.
Because you have a new constitution which requires shepherding and handholding and guidance. Two bodies that the constitution created to ensure that this happens. Then you give them 5 years. How do you give a new constitution to two bodies and you expect that they'll finish their work? The whole process is supposed to be this. This is the theory and the written form of it. Let's put it into practice and see how best we can make it work for us, isn't it?
I agree.
It can't happen in 5 years. A minimum of 10 years.
And when
minimum.
Even when we spoke with the former chair of that Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, or rather Implementation Commission, Honorable Charles Nyachai, we asked him these same questions, and he agreed. He was like, 5 years Kenya kusema kweli ilikuwa kidogo sababu kulikuwa na teething problems in terms of even just the country as a whole understanding, the people who are supposed to implement the constitution just understanding. We're talking about the judiciary, we're talking about the county governments, we're talking about the national government, and even the legislature itself. There was a lot of confusion, and 5 years, to be honest, wasn't enough. And let's not forget
the assemblies within our county governments are supposed to do the same role as the National Assembly, make laws.
Oversight.
Make laws. The oversight thing they don't do, though that's just about the
but you're right. Yes.
Yeah, that one they don't do, so they've assumed maybe it was a suggestion, it is not part of their role, but it's their role. But they are supposed to make laws. Now that one I don't even think they think is a suggestion. They think Parliament should do that for them. The county system provides you with it's a government. The functions that we have in the national government are mirrored there. That's why they're given their own funds to actually manage the county. It's the same job, but with a smaller unit. Now, how do you expect people who were councillors just the other day and were earning 30,000 shillings a month, then now you're elected and you're earning 200,000 shillings. You've got a car grant. You've got...
Actually, it's 300K.
Yes, I was being modest.
Okay.
You're given all these facilities, okay? And suddenly you're looking and you're saying, but the MPs are also given this. We also want. Now, that is the focus And that is a conversation. We need to benchmark, and the governor is going to be impeached because we need benchmark and not giving us money. The whole thing becomes a circus. If these two institutions were in place, there would have been a guiding hand as to how certain things are handled. The proper training for these citizens who have now this responsibility, the constant training so that they're educated. A body, a part of the government, that is the judiciary, even have training schools, not a training school, training schools. They upgrade, they update. You're constantly being informed. Are you telling me that lawmakers don't need that? Because that's what these MCAs and the MPs do. They are lawmakers, surely. The writers of the Constitution foresaw this and put it in place. Then we went and poured cold water over all of it.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Here we are. All right, we are taking a short break. When we return, more conversations will be taking place here. And on page 5 of the Standard newspaper, they say that the Kenya Pipeline IPO is now open. Now, there is a QR code there you can scan to get the full prospectus. So, if you're interested in this IPO, that is the initial public offer on the Kenya Pipeline shares, kindly just check out. And you can also Google some of this information from the Privatization Authority. Hapo ndipo utapata the full scoop. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has confirmed that 28 Kenyans have been safely returned from Russia after being illegally recruited to participate in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Sing'oei said those repatriated were victims of deceitful networks that exploit Kenyans, despite Nairobi's clear position against involvement in the war. Speaking at a symposium in Nairobi, he described the Russia-Ukraine war as a global security risk that has direct economic impacts, including disruptions to the supply of essential goods.
Unfortunately, I think within the context of this desire on the part of many Kenyans to work abroad, some of them sort of fall victims to unscrupulous groups. With respect to Kenyans who have been captured by the government of Ukraine and are being held as prisoners of war, we are in the process of negotiating their release.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has urged the government to roll out fully free secondary education without delay, arguing that learning should be shielded from political interest. Addressing a public forum, Nyoro suggested the establishment of a national fund to support day secondary schools, including the provision of school meals nationwide. He said an annual allocation of about 15 billion Kenya shillings will be sufficient to make secondary school education completely free in Kenya.
What we did in Kiharu in terms of launching a program of learners paying 500 shillings per term, it is the journey towards totally free basic education in Kenya. And we are going to make it happen. TDF at Nairobi level, even before it comes to Kiharu, every constituency must be cut 30 million Kenya shillings, which will amount to 10 billion Kenya shillings nationally. We put that money into a kitty we are going to call this secondary school kitty.
The National Police Service is under scrutiny over 4 stalled development projects following an Auditor General's report that flagged abandoned works, major financial irregularities, and breaches of contracts. Appearing before the Public Accounts Committee, National Police Service Accounting Officer Banis Lemedeket struggled to explain why a 2-story 24-unit building project initially valued at 64 million Kenya shillings that was retendered at 114 million Kenya shillings. The committee had that the first contractor had already been paid 23 million Kenya shillings, despite the project being only 35% complete when construction stalled.
A difference of 73 million is not a little money. Now, I understand that if a project stalls, with time, when you retender, it's bound to change. But it cannot change by this extent.
I'm trying to give an explanation of the 71 million difference. And number two is now the cost of production at this particular time, honorable members, is of course different from 17 years ago.
The United Nations says it will take over management of a camp in northeastern Syria, holding thousands of people with alleged links to the jihadist group Islamic State. It comes after Kurdish-led forces that had been running the camp withdrew in the face of an advance by Syrian government forces, triggering unrest that forced aid agencies to suspend operations. Residents were reported to have rushed camp perimeters in an apparent attempt to escape, prompting unrest and looting. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with CT Muga in the studio. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And we have this lovely frequency that is in Garissa on 89.5. Eunice Kyoko, CT Muga. Eunice Kyoko is my aunt. She's watching from Masako County, a place called Kenya Israel. Do you know where Kenya Israel is?
No. There's such a place?
Yes. Unajua mali Kenya Medical Training ya Machakos iko?
I have a big idea, yes.
Yes, before you get into Machakos town, iko hapo hivyo. Now, she is a resident in that particular area. Hiyo ndio inatoka Kenya Israel.
Why is it called Kenya Israel?
I nilipata kitu hivyo. Hata sidhani hao wenyewe wanajua mbona inaitwa hivyo. So amesema CTN Muga. CTN Mungala, sorry. CTN Mungala. Good morning. Tuko hapa Kenya Israel, Massachusetts. Sisi watu wa mashinani, traffic jams are alien to us. Birds chirping, fresh crisp air ndio zetu.
Yes, I can actually picture it. And I envy her because that is true. That, unfortunately, for us who live in this former green city in the sun,
yes,
that is not our lot. No.
Aya, kuna polite tall guy. Amesema, good morning, my friends from Nakuru. Good morning, polite tall guy. Ref amesema, the Handmaid's Tale had Gilead. Gilead, yes. There is a series, I don't know if you've had the chance to watch it. It's on Hulu. It streams on Hulu.
It streams on who?
Hulu. Hulu is another streaming service, just like Netflix, Prime
Hulu.
Video. Yes, Hulu. Like
Hulu. Kamele, okay, so.
Yeah, so Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaiden's Tale. Is it handmaid?
Handmaids.
Okay, see handmaiden.
Apana, see handmaiden.
Okay.
But initially I used to say handmaiden when the series started.
All right.
So I've watched all the seasons.
What's it about?
So it's about America. The American society breaks down. Okay, it's a utopian kind of thing. So American society breaks down, and the men now it becomes 150% patriarchal, where it's the men who decide. They literally more or less go back to how Bible stories of the BC zilikuanga, where it's men who say what happens. Women are only to be seen and not heard. Then some of them are handmaids, yes, where they just serve in the houses of these families that are led by men. Okay, and women when they get to a certain age, first of all they are trained from that young age they are schooled and trained to be submissive and so on and so forth. It's a really interesting tale.
I agree, it is interesting.
Yes,
I'm smiling because I'm thinking of the narrative that we've heard for the longest time.
Yes,
regarding the role of women in society and the patriarchal society, the role of patriarchy in society. Do you know, whoever wrote those tales and crafted them,
yes,
one of the things that they probably don't analyze in great detail is the superficial role that women supposedly had. It can't be that you bear children and look after them. It can't be that you look after a household.
Yes.
And you have no power. It is not possible. Those functions alone give you immense power.
Yes.
What it may not give you is a loud voice. But the voice within a family, it gives you. Patriarchal societies, people hear of the Vikings.
Yes.
And they say, hey, when you are alone, they had women who also fought.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. And the women had a certain name. I'm forgetting the name, but yes, they had women who fought.
And these women would be in the council where men were, and their opinions would be heard. I'm simply trying to say that even in an African society,
yes,
there are people who've written about the African society and the patriarchal nature of it,
yes,
without fully understanding that structure and how it actually worked. They look at the polygamous nature of many traditional African society,
yes,
and they condemn it wholesale as being an enslavement of women. And that is the voice of somebody who didn't understand exactly how that system worked. It is not. That's a Western eye looking at a situation,
yes,
and judging it by the way they go about their business.
Yes.
Serial monogamy is a polygamy by another name. You have laws that allow you to marry one wife at a time. We have traditions that allow us to pile one on top of the other.
Yes, at the same time, simultaneously.
Simultaneously, meaning one after the other. Okay.
Yes.
And the management of a homestead where there are many women and there's a man, do you really think that the man is going to have the final say on matters? Do you not see that even if there may be some rivalry between the women, at some point they'll figure out that it's in their interest to actually talk and agree?
True.
Yeah. And so who do you think will have the voice in that particular family? And do you not think that there'll be hierarchy and there's an order within that for that to actually survive and for it to survive as long as it did?
Yeah.
Yes. But that is not loudly spoken of. Some people have written about it.
Yeah.
But it is spoken of.
When you get time, City, go check out The Handmaid's Tale. Absolutely awesome series. Oh, yes, the Viking women were called shield maidens, nimekumbuka. Shield maidens were the female warriors who actually went to war alongside their men. And they were really ruthless. Perhaps even more ruthless than the men. Shield maidens. Aya. Nani amesema, Douglas Kibogonga anasema, morning my good news anchors. Good morning, Douglas. Ibrahim anasema, what if the president is trying to get rid of his advisors indirectly? Okay. I like the fact that Kenyans read mischief in everything.
No. We feed on conspiracy daily. It's a steady diet that without which we don't feel politically right. Yes, so that's a perspective and an interesting one to look into.
Yeah.
The question I would ask is, why would you want to get rid of these people?
Lydia Cherono amesema, morning my people, thanks for always making my night. I'm here in San Antonio in Texas. Well, Lydia Cherono Yemene, alafu wanasemanga aje, asanti kwa kigali na kwanga nini. Asanti sana Lydia Cherono for listening and for watching. Tunasema karibu tena sana na endelea hivyo. And then, Eunice Kioka amekuja kusema, Mungala, we know how the name came about. Israel built the KMTC in Manza. There was a board written Kenya-Israel Government Project, and that's how the Kenya-Israel name came about. Now we know. Thank you so much, Auntie, for that particular piece of information. Itatusaidia tena sana. The next time someone asks me, why is it called Kenya-Israel? Now I have an answer for them. Do you want to check out what's on the Nairobian? No?
You check.
Let me check it out. On the Nairobian, they are saying, Naipei saga, alcohol, power and privacy clash. Marion's clip on social media has reignited a familiar national conversation on morality, gender politics, privacy, and the evolving sexual culture of young people. The thin line between empowerment and exploitation has never been blurrier. Naipei's viral moment reveals the dangers of digital exposure and the cost of public engagement. That story is on page 7 of the Nairobian. From strength to suffering, untold struggles of men in abusive relationships. That story is on page 21, and 22. Meet bartender who is governor's daughter. This story is on page 6. So apparently they are saying that the governor is deadbeat. Yeah.
Ni kali kidogo.
Wacha nikwambie, ukitaka kupata gossip ile proper, unaangalianga Nairobi, unaona kwanga na hiyo gossip. Yeah, this kind of nature.
Is it gossip or is it just elevated reporting?
I don't know. How Ngetich finally won her first global gold. That story is on page 40 on sports. From courtroom to courtroom, Majanja's legacy caught in protracted succession battle. This is a story of the late Justice Majanja. Story is on page 4 and 5. Gimmick is the question they're asking. Doubts over NYOTA effectiveness. The story is on page 14. We shall definitely discuss this and much more.
I am delighted by that last bit, doubts on NYOTA. That is excellent.
The NYOTA thingy.
You know why it's excellent?
Why is it excellent?
The thing about communicating government initiatives at the very best of times is wanting. When people cast aspersions, there is then a forced situation where explanations are required, and if explanations are given, then people get to understand this NYOTA program more. If there's no one criticizing it, if there's no one casting aspersions,
then
what we will see is moving the ministry, the department involved, moving from place to place, meeting with young people. That's all we will hear. Okay? So the more people question, the more responses are given, and the more we get to understand exactly what this particular program is doing.
I hope it will not be another headline like the one the Standard put out, such a waste. Or was it water waste?
Water waste.
Yeah. Lydia Cherona ametuambia kusema asante kwa Kikaleni Kongoi. Na nakumbuka mtu akisema Kongoi missing. So Lydia, thank you so much. I want us to refocus on what is on the Daily Nation front page, and they're saying Ruto's many headaches at a glance. This is what the president is facing, and perhaps we should look at one after the other, systematically.
Meaning simultaneously?
Not simultaneously. Simultaneously is all 10 at the same time, which is impossible. Hostile court orders. Why is the president facing hostile court orders, such as the one that has been passed on his advisors, his very many advisors, who, by the way, I learnt were earning equal pay as ministers, cabinet secretaries, and they have equal, what are they called?
It's called
benefits.
It's called privileges.
Yes, privileges and benefits as a CS.
It's a good thing.
It is a good thing, obviously, if you're the one receiving it. But is it a good thing for the citizens? And one of the reasons actually the court pronounced itself in the way it pronounced itself is because they were saying that this is a bloated wage bill. These guys don't really have to be there.
How many are there?
I think the last time we checked, because the numbers have not been mentioned here, but the last time we had this a similar conversation, and especially when that case started in courts, they were about 20. They were 20. We have 22 cabinet secretaries. We had 20 advisors at the very least. I remember we had 20. And I was asking myself, why do we need all these folks, man?
How many do you think we would need? How many, in your opinion, would be adequate?
0.
Really?
Why am I saying 0? Because number one, a cabinet secretary can advise the president in the docket that they have been appointed in. Is it agriculture? We have the CS for agriculture. He can advise the president. We have treasury. We have the CS for treasury. And very many other professionals that work under him, from principal secretaries to directors in various departments. Those guys are in a better position to advise the president on matters to do with finance, on matters to do with treasury. We have, Minister for Water. He can advise the president on various aspects. Now, because if we are talking about advisors, what exactly is the primary role of an advisor? Apart from telling the president, look, according to my expertise as an advisor on finance, for example, this and this and this should be done. Should that person honestly earn as much as a cabinet secretary who is actually in the office on a daily basis, signing orders, dealing with other governments and so on and so forth? if you ask me, and unfortunately sijui ni nini advice anafanyanga apart from ku-advise.
So you're suggesting that the government, a president doesn't necessarily need advisors because they have ministers or people who serve in the cabinet, and that the role of the cabinet, the individuals in the cabinet, is the same as that of the advisor.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. Because I found out also, CT, that cabinet secretaries also have advisors.
Yes.
So you have an advisor to advise you, and you also an advisor to the president.
Yes.
You know how crazy that is, in my opinion. Yeah? So this is what I think. This is what I feel. Number one, me na agree na Koti 100%. In terms of saying that these people are not, we really don't need them because they are bloating the wage bill. But if the president feels the need to have an advisor, it is fine. But lazima alipe mshahara moja na CS, surely.
So if they were paid less, then you would have no problem with it?
Not really, but I'm just asking myself, okay, fine. You have squeezed your way into having this person as an advisor. But then just, like, surely, lazima alipe yo pesa yote. Yo pesa ni mingi, CT.
Mingi compared to what?
Yo pesa ni mingi. It's like we have 60 or so ministers.
You know, one of the things, though,
being driven in Guzzlers,
so long as
given security.
Yeah. So long as you have a situation where the model that we choose to make our politics functional is what you call a democracy, then you will have within that government a system that ensures that there's a check and balance. That is why we have the judiciary, we have parliament, and we have the executive. Now, when you look at the executive and what it does, the multiplicity of roles that it has, which is then mirrored in the county system, like in Kenya, what the cabinet, bless you, role seems to focus on oversighting and ensuring the implementation of the mandate of whatever docket you have, whether it is finance, whether it's agriculture, what we call the ministries. We know that the assembly is supposed to provide the check because that's the parliament. That's like the people's voices. These are the bureaucrats, okay? Now, you are right when you say all these ministries have experts. It is absolutely true. Their function is to make sure that the services are provided to the nation on a day-to-day basis. But that having been said, they don't go to talk to the president on a daily basis. The president can make a call, yes, and ask, Guy, what's happening? They have cabinet meetings, they're told. Like you, I don't fully understand what the role of an advisor is. But what I do know is that there's hardly any institution that you refer to as a government and where there's a leader at the head of it who doesn't have advisors.
Yeah.
Even countries where they have monarchs, they have advisors. And yet the country may even have the bureaucrats who are ministers.
Yes.
One, what is glaring to me is that an advisor has a personal connection with the president, direct. No cabinet, no, it's just you are in charge of this, you talk to the president. Anytime the ministry gives you information, the president relies on you to filter that information and to ensure that it is understood. And if there are questions being, even as the government is informed, meaning advisors provide a parallel advisory process for the president. I actually think it is a wise thing to do. Because
having advisors.
Oh yes, it is. Because somebody who's involved in the day-to-day running of an institution isn't really going to have time beyond getting someone to write a brief for the president, to have lengthy discussions about this in the president on a daily basis. An advisor does. And he's also a subject expert.
Okay.
That's part of the reason. But what we are discussing is not the subject matter expert who is telling the president, this is how I think we ought to manage this is how we ought to look at this here, this is what they're doing, but there's this other issue. Who would advise the president on the multiplicity of conflicting issues that say may arise within ministries? That's where advisors come in. Because they're subject experts and they're privy to some of these details. So they can sit and tell you, look, Guy, this is what you're hearing, but the report I have from, say, NIS and I have from these people tells me this. You've seen the same. Now, I've crunched these details down, and this is what I've come up with. Meaning, he advises the president on the very things that are being done.
Yes.
And offers perspectives on, should we say, the composite nature of whatever is being done. But let me go back to what I was saying. What we're discussing isn't this. What we're discussing is the political nature by which advisors are appointed. That's why I said it, from where I sit, there seems to be a very personal connection between the advisor. Now, differing from country to country, okay? Uganda has 141 advisors.
But that's Uganda, eh?
It is Uganda.
It's actually very difficult to argue about Uganda. But continue.
Many of the people who have the role of advisors in the Ugandan government were people with whom one President Yoweri Museveni was in cahoots with when they were liberating the country from Idi Amin.
Yeah.
Okay? These are people who held positions within the army. These are people who were with them and held positions of authority. So you can interpret as you see fit, but the interpretation that is often given is that this is a reward. You're given a vehicle, you're given an office with some staff, a driver, maybe a bodyguard. So you are, even after the war had long ended, you are taken care of, and then you can go about your business.
Yeah.
But you're considered an advisor.
Actually, you see, for the Uganda situation, I agree to that kind of arrangement. Why? Because you also need to keep these people happy. These are people who risked their lives daily.
With you.
Alongside you. Okay? But you are the biggest beneficiary of that struggle. So if you do not take care of them, they might wake up one day and realize, by the way, tulimsaidia kufika pale na sasa ametusahau. So that one for Uganda, by the way, I wouldn't even argue against as much. But I would expect that these people would be patriotic enough to just say, we did this for our country, not for ourselves.
Actually, very many of them will come from different parts of the country. And when you are in a political situation, you do need voices that people recognize as their son who helped in this struggle and was not forgotten.
Yes.
The optics are good.
Yes.
When you're vying for a political seat like a presidency in this country, if I look at the mode and the manner in which this president conducted his campaign, advisors were necessary. Because you're going to talk about the health pillar, you need experts in health.
Sure.
Agriculture. There are people who came up with robust write-ups of what should be considered. That's why these charters which were being signed, these are advisors. This would work this way. No, let's go and talk to the experts, let them tell us, let's put down on paper. They were advisors. Now, if these are the people who helped you develop and craft these things to those details, would you not want these people to be whispering in your ears about this? After all, they headed the team that wrote it, so they know it. And they can tell you, this is not what we intended, this is here. The person who is appointed politically as a minister,
yes,
we understand how ministers are appointed. Because that's the time when now you're going into this thing that we have. I call it district focus. We're looking at who comes from which region and whether there's a regional balance, because our constitution requires a regional balance as well.
Right.
So you can use that to reward friends of yours who come from there, hoping that the little knowledge they seem to have will be useful to the government as well as to you. As a leader, you do have people, you do need people to have allegiance to you directly. To the nation, definitely, because that's what you pledge to do as a president. But they must be able to support you and your cause. I'm saying this deliberately. You and your cause.
Yes.
Someone who supports you doesn't mean they'll agree with you on everything. They will want to ensure that you steer the course that you charted together.
How many of these advisors, City, do you think say no to the president? How many of them, and we're speaking...
I think quite a number do.
Of course, we're speaking from a point of we don't know.
No,
yeah.
I wouldn't be in that position of saying I don't know. For this very reason. When you're a subject expert, you're not giving your opinion.
Yes. You're given an expert opinion.
Yeah, you're given an expert opinion.
Based on facts.
Yes, on data. And you will disagree. It's not personal. Mr. President, this is your view. Because the president has other people who whisper in his ears. Says, but let me present the reality as from the data, and you present it.
But you see, there's a difference between presenting it, whereby you say, Mheshimiwa, according to what I know, what I understand, what I have seen, this is what has been, this is how I think you should do things, or you should approach this particular situation. That one you have presented. Then the president might look at it and say, okay, thank you, but this is rubbish. I want to do this. Would that advisor come and say, Mr. President, I have just told you, if you go with that direction, kutachomeka. Do you think there's anyone who actually says...
Not someone. I think there are people who do precisely that.
They are told that what you have given me is rubbish.
And they say, Mr. President, I am the expert on this subject matter. With all due respect. Okay? What we are now discussing is what the manifestation of the infighting you sometimes see around the personage of a president.
Okay.
There are people who think they are closer to the president politically than other people. And their voices should also be heard. And there are the people who have a lot of time to be around the president. People who actually have real work are not going to be around the president all the time because they're busy doing what they're supposed to do. So our discussion here is, there's a narrative that I have heard over and over that this is a president who doesn't listen to any advice.
That is where I was going, because it is said that you might advise him, then he tells you, he stops you and tells you how to advise him.
All these people who
We've heard that, yeah?
Yeah, I've heard it, but I don't believe what I've heard. There is no evidence that has been provided. A statement has been made. This is a man who advises his advisors.
On how to advise him.
Yes, the statements have been made by people. I have waited for someone to give me an example where such a thing has happened. I have never seen one example.
I think Dr. Muluka, when he was here, he did say that, and that's part.
That's his view.
That's the part of the reason why he left the president's camp, because he says it got to a point whereby even he was like, "What are we doing? This is not what we agreed on."
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
If you're an advisor, you would be no different from the person you're criticizing if you think that the view you offer is the one which must be followed. Your view will be one view among many others. If you're presenting something factual, those may not be the only facts on that particular subject.
Okay.
My role as an advisor is not to be followed. My role as an advisor is to suggest a path that ought to be followed with reasons. That's my job.
And then you back.
And to emphasize the need, you give a 360. If we don't do this, this is what will happen. If we don't do this, will happen. If we don't do this. But so I've heard this and then that's nonsense, yes. But have those people provided you with the facts to support what they're saying? That's your role is not to agree with the leader who has given. Your job is to make sure the leader has a 360 on this subject.
One thing I would like to understand also with this council of advisors, do they like sit and discuss some of these policies and ideas they share with the president, or does everyone just sit in their corner and then everyone presents an advisory paper or whatever?
Ministries work independently.
Yes.
Advisors work independently. Because you have a different docket from the next person.
I know.
In the same way ministries can collaborate, that's the same way they will collaborate. But you are given a job with a specific mandate and in a specific area. That's your focus.
The reason I'm asking that is because, City, I could be an expert, let's say, in biotechnology, right? Biochemistry. So I'm an expert in biochemistry, so I know a lot, but I don't know everything. All right? And sometimes you can actually get the best idea from someone who isn't in the expertise or profession that you practice.
Give me an example of what you mean. Like who, for instance? You're a biotechnologist, okay? I myself studied, my undergraduate course was in literature and linguistics.
Yes. I might not have a good example as far as biotech and literature is concerned.
No, just give me an example that you think would suffice in getting this thing understood better. Okay, let me help you. When you want to apply biotechnology, it's very grand and I have no idea what it means. Yeah, you would explain to someone and say, look, when, for instance, you are getting medicine from the counter and taking it, the process that ensures that medicine can be consumed by you and it is not poison into your system, there are processes that we undertake.
Yes.
Now, the technology that makes these things possible, so you explain it in a way that someone can understand from their daily life.
For example, a doctor, he knows that you're supposed to take this medicine 2 times 3, right?
Yes.
So tembe mbili mara 3 kwa siku. Then the patient that you're trying to administer this medicine to says that I'm unable to swallow this medicine for whatever reason. And someone else would come and say, even a person who's done literature like you comes and says, wait, daktari, I think patient shida yake ni hii dawa ni chungu sana, ni kali, right? Why don't we coat it with some honey and perhaps make it more palatable? You see, that's an opinion you've given. You're not a doctor, you're not a biochemist or whatever, but you've just come up with an idea, and it's a simple idea, a very simple by the idea that perhaps because of my expertise I hadn't thought of.
Connect this with politics.
Now, we have experts here in finance, we have experts in agriculture, and experts in everything. Else. The reason of us, whether there's sometimes where they just convene and say that, guys, I want to advise the president on agriculture. Maybe someone in finance would say, by the way, that's a good idea. However, do you know we can actually even put a financing model that is better than the one that you've just put there? For instance, why don't we see how we can raise money abroad instead of perhaps taxing Kenyans? How we can partner with companies abroad in China, in Portugal, in wherever, who perhaps even have interests here in Kenya, and we have some sort of barter trade exchange, and that will take the burden off Kenyans as far as taxes are concerned, but we still deliver the same results. Now, this is someone in agriculture who came in with an idea, but someone in finance has actually come up with a better idea of financing the same agricultural idea. Someone in, like now we're talking about HIV and, that ARVs that they've been given through injections. Someone can come and say, by the way, why don't we even offer this company that is offering this medicine a plant here in Kenya, because kuna shamba mingi sana kule northeastern region hazitumiki. We tell them to set up here, have a base where they can actually distribute the medicine to the rest of the African region. And then it will be easier for them to even give us more of these drugs, as opposed to what they had told us they were going to give us per year. Maybe they're going to give us 1 million drugs per year. How about we give them this incentive so that they can give us 2 million drugs? So these are ideas that necessarily wouldn't come from someone in the medical field. It can come from someone who's in logistics, someone who's in construction.
Connect this to politics and the advisory that the president receives. What you're saying actually happens.
Okay.
Even if you're in a position of authority, there'll be people who are not in authority, but they are friends and you talk to them. Some may be politicians like you if you're a politician, and they will talk to you. Remember, we are again discussing the believability factor,
yes,
and the source of that information, and whether it is the source that makes it believable or whether it is the content of that advisory that makes it believable. Somebody who is in a position of leadership can't be there if they don't have an idea of what they want to do. Some go further and even have an idea of how they want to do it. If someone says someone is difficult to advise, this is the question that comes to my mind. What do you mean? Do you mean that the manner in which you presented your case was not acceptable to the person? Then if that is the case, then I would ask, have you given thought to looking and finding a way by which whatever you want to say can be acceptable? Because clearly it was not acceptable. How do you make it more acceptable? How? What do you do? Okay. And the example is when you talk to children. We can't talk to children the way you and I are talking right now.
For sure.
There is a way in which you talk to a child so that they can understand you.
Even your voice changes when you talk to a child.
Everything changes.
You talk to them with a smile.
Yes, and those who have wives and their men will also know there is a way in which you talk to your wife so that she does not take offense.
Yeah.
If the voice sounds like you're giving her a command, you already have a problem. So, in the same manner, if there is somebody who is a leader and you have a role of an advisor, the first role you have is to understand this person and to understand how best it is to communicate certain things to them. And the example you gave of the medicine is a perfect one. That is why those in the pharmaceutical industry have medication that is meant for children. It's in the syrup form. They know how children like sweet things. It'll be sweet. They'll give it a sweetener.
Yeah.
All right? Because the ingestion of drugs as in tablets, it works, but the process of it working takes longer. So you have an injection alternative. Some people fear injections. So the tablet will be, meaning the variety of options that you have for getting the same treatment exists because of the understanding of the limitations and some of the situations that people find themselves in, where taking this thing which is good for them will become problematic. With the ARVs, the initial problem was these drugs were too many. You're like a walking pharmacy. So you take 3 now, so you take or 4 now. I mean, come on, you have to walk with a bag. Okay?
Yeah.
So they figured, look, let's work out combinations that will have the same effect. So drugs started being combined. The point we go to from a whole load of drugs to now 3. Then to 1.
Now we have an injection.
Yes. So in the same way, you look for the way in which this medicine, which is advised, which you want to give, will be acceptable. Because it may not be the message, it is how you deliver it. And the how depends on how that individual likes to get information. Why is it, for instance, that even in a home, if there are many children, in many homes there are many children, there will be a child who will be told, go and ask our parents this.
Yes.
Why is that child sent? Because everybody knows if so-and-so goes to ask, the response will be very different. There are people, the moment you open your mouth, something will probably be flying in your direction. Okay? You know this. So if you know something will be flying in so-and-so's direction, why send them? Send the other person.
Yes.
That message will still get home.
And see, that's strategy. That's a good strategy. So, like you've said, do these advisors apply, and especially those who said that the president is unadvisable, did they apply some of these strategies? I don't know.
Maybe they did.
I want to read a comment here by Evans Onyancha. Amesema, you're loud and clear. Thanks, Evans. Nazlin Lesesuyana amesema, those advisors were rewarded for supporting Ruto. I actually have no problem when someone is rewarded as long as they can deliver, because someone has got to do the job, right? David Masinde amesema, CT, you are wrong. The president does not need the advisors. CSs and PSs are more than sufficient. Are they? Are they? I said they are. City, do you think they are sufficient?
The what?
The PSs and CSs and the various directors that we have in government.
Works, the way government works and the way politics interfuses with government, you can't be held captive by the voice of just one individual or a group of people. You have to have alternate voices.
City, the government, the president, also has allies in parliament. The MPs who are elected in his party or coalition. You'll find a party like ODM, for example, which is now part of the government through the broad-based agreement. It has doctors. It has and doctors in various disciplines, from medical doctors to PhD holders in different professionals. And we also have members of UDA party who are also his party. We have doctors there. We have PhD holders there. We have people with master's degrees and other kinds of professionals in parliament that he can also have as advisors. Me, what I'm saying is, instead of hiring other people who are going to add to the national wage bill, and it might look like kidogo money in terms of what these people are paid maybe monthly, but when you compound that amount over a period of 5 years that the president is in power, that money could have been distributed to other activities. For example, I think it was Citizen TV that aired that news story yesterday night. They were saying that these guys spend almost $500 million. Is it monthly or yearly? I'm not sure the period of time they said. But they said $500 million can be used in, and they broke it down to some of the things that are needed in terms of our healthcare system, in terms of our education system, and so on and so forth. And I was like, but do you know, that is part of the wastage that we were talking about. It might not be. It might not be part of the 3 billion daily wastage.
The Standard has put it as. That's the headline. It is the wastage. Our GDP is 124 billion US dollars. 2.4 million Kenya shillings is a drop of a drop in the ocean compared to that GDP. So
come again.
GDP 124 billion US dollars. Okay. The 2.4 billion which the Standard has written as having been wasted, the headlines are wasted, gone down the drain. Which seems to imply that these advisors have served no purpose. They are of no use. There is no government we have had, colonial, post-independence, and every other that has not had advisors. There haven't been as many as these ones, but we've always had advisors. In the other governments, you didn't know the advisors, you didn't hear of the advisors. But then again, we didn't have the constitution that we have now, which it lays down clearly. So, if the court has ruled that it is unconstitutional, you see,
then that's that.
We now have a basis for the discussion.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. I would like to understand what it is in the constitution the president has actually gone against. Yes. We have a guest.
We have a guest indeed.
Yes. And we welcome the guest.
Yes. You want to finish your point before we officially welcome him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Asante sana.
Thank you, sir.
The point I was making is one regarding what we are saying as the court ruling on the issue of advisors, okay, and the waste. My initial point was the standard states that it's 2.4 billion shillings that has been spent. They're calling it a waste. And I'm saying that if you look at 2.4 billion shillings and you compare it to our GDP,
it's a drop in the ocean.
It's a drop of a drop, because our GDP per year is 125 billion US dollars.
Right.
So it's a drop of a drop.
Let's invite our guest. Our guest today is Ahmed Asmali. Good morning, Ahmed.
Good morning, Mbuvi.
I'm sure you've heard what we were talking about in terms of presidential advisors, and I'm for the idea that we have too many of them earning too much money. We honestly don't need them. We have MPs who are allied to the president. They can advise him, PSs, CSs, and many other people that he works with. We honestly don't need advisors.
I think it's very important that the president have advisors. It's key to his agenda. The president is an elected post. He's not an expert on everything. So I think you need experts in every field. And I think, in my opinion, they're actually not enough. Remember, this is the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Right.
With over 50 million people. So for him to have his agenda sorted, he has to have people to advise him on an array
of issues.
Yeah, but so I think, in my opinion, they're not enough.
They're not enough.
Yeah.
Again, getting back to the point of he has other individuals who could actually do the same roles. For example, let's even start with Treasury. Treasury has got many experts, starting from the CS himself. We have several PSs in that particular ministry. We have directors and other people that I might not even know who are employed there. These people advise the president, advise the minister on a daily, and then the minister has got the similar opportunity of advising the president. We also saw economists such as Dede Nyoro, who was allied to the president until, I don't know if he's still an ally. And these people are well versed in terms of knowledge as far as the economy is concerned. Why do we need David D? Why do we need Professor Kisiangani in the same docket of advising the president on matters of economics?
You said Dede Nyoro is an expert in what exactly?
Economics.
Really?
Yes, he has a master's in economics.
Do you know how many economists the Treasury has?
I don't know.
That's where they're housed. Do you know how many experts in finance who are also economists there are in the Treasury? Literally every stone you throw, you'll hit very many of them.
If I throw one at the Treasury building.
They have studied it. They know the practice of it. You even have accountants, a completely different discipline from being a financial expert and an economist. Okay? The chairman of KRA, who was here the other day,
is an economist
and a financial expert.
Yes.
Now, these disciplines are different. What makes us understand them is how they apply that knowledge. For instance, when you hear of the health sector, the people who advise the health sector on the money to spend, how to spend it, where it, are people you call health economists. Within that, there are people you call costing experts. Meaning, when you hear people talk about the cost of this, it's not the medical doctors who do that work. There are people whose job is to understand what it is that each of these activities, each of these processes computes to in terms of Kenya shillings. They are experts. Now, the person who is in the ministry is not going to troop to State House daily to go and talk to the president. He could. But then he'll say he goes to see the president every day. Okay, so then what is the cabinet meeting for? The cabinet meeting is for all these ministers to sit and talk. Look, you have friends whom you talk to about all manner of things. Those are your advisors.
All right.
You have parents.
Yes.
You have relatives. I could argue the same. They aren't going anywhere. These are people who could advise you. Why do you then get other advisors? People you went to college with, people you've met. Why do you rely on them to give you information?
Yes.
And yet you have aunties, you have cousins, some are lawyers, some are judges, some are all these experts. Why do you still have people whom you talk to who are not these people to give you advice? What do you need them for?
Yeah. Asmali, kindly chime in on what our good brother here, Sitimuga.
No, Sitimuga has a very, very valid point. You see, I was going to say actually what he was saying, and I'll emphasize on it, is that these presidential advisors that you hear about are just that, presidential advisors. But in every docket, in every ministry, there are advisors who are called bureaucrats.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people actually complain about bureaucracy and red tape, because there are layers of advisory levels. Layers.
Okay.
And that's why the word the red tape thing and
Comes
bureaucracy
in.
comes.
Yes.
And without that, and it's not only in Kenya, it's world over. President Trump has lots of advisors on national security, on health, and his advisors have advisors.
Yes.
In their various dockets.
All right.
So I think the problem is not the advisors, it's the quality of advice that these advisors are giving the president or whoever they are assigned to do.
All right. We have about 10 minutes before we close this. I want to change the direction of this conversation a bit. DP Gachagua has been on the case of Northeastern leaders.
DP Gachagua? I thought Kindiki was the...
Former DP. Former DP. Thank you for the correction. Former DP Gachagua has been on the case
I thought I woke up on the wrong side of history.
No, you've not gone back in time. You're a member of the Somali business community.
Yeah.
His utterances, are they affecting, number one, your business, and what do you think of them?
His utterances are terrible. They're not even good for the national security of this country, to be quite honest. But it's very unfortunate, someone who has had the privilege of serving this country as a deputy president, the second in command, to be saying what he's saying. But I also understand him. I understand him because he's appealing to a section of society. He's being emotive. He's stirring up some, very, very negative connotations that are associated within the Somali community.
Right.
There are some things that he said that don't even make sense. For example, he talks about a mall
in Isili, yes.
That was built because as a result of fraud in Minnesota.
Right.
And me personally, I know how that mall started. That mall started in 2007.
Yes.
19 years ago now.
2007.
Yes, I was there.
You were born and raised in Isili.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually part of the Isili business community at that time.
Yes.
So it really hurts that he just comes up with something out of the thin air and makes it believable. But there are Kenyans, Kenyan people, as we are, very gullible. We take everything, line, hook, and sinker, without verification. Going back to the BBS mall, for example, I know the businessman, the owner. 2007 is when it started. Construction. In fact, one of the anchor tenants at that time was supposed to be Nakumat, which is even no longer in business.
Yeah, they ran out of
I have
business.
pictures. I have pictorial evidence showing that this mall was to anchor Nakumat as its key tenant.
Okay.
So, and then, but, he like I said, he's appealing to a certain section of the society, and they're taking it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yesterday he was to have an interview.
Which was cancelled?
Yes, with
rightly so.
with Somali-speaking media.
Yeah.
So, do you know as to why that didn't happen?
Well, it's a very graphic example to use, but will you give Hitler an audience if you're in?
The reason I'm laughing is because I actually would, because I'd like to hear what he says. Yeah. And being someone on this side of the microphone, yes, CT. If Hitler were alive today and he says, "Look, movie,
but
give me an
at
opportunity."
what expense?
Yeah,
that's the question.
Yes, but you see, anyway, as media, I wouldn't choose to be honest, I'll let you say whatever and let the audience decide.
No.
But anyway,
no.
Why City?
No. Freedom comes with a price, and the price is called responsibility. Somebody who has demonstrated, and this is anyone for that matter,
yes,
that they have a partisan way of looking at life, and they are completely devoid of any sensitivity to what their utterances bring about or cause. Giving that person audience is giving them room to propagate the same sentiments and giving them airtime. Let them find time and space to say what they want to say. If they want to say the same thing they've said before, there are ways they can do so. If they want to retract what they've said before, there are ways they can do so. But until they prove that they understand the responsibility that leadership has in terms of what you say, I would not give such a person airtime.
Right. So are we saying the reason why that interview didn't happen, it is because it is the media houses that cancelled it?
No, it did happen.
Okay.
It did happen, but the consortium of journalists from northern Kenya boycotted it. And the reason that they gave, which it's a long statement, if I remember correctly, was that this guy was stirring up racial community and whatever other hatred that he's stirring. And it was not healthy for the community. You remember movie?
Yes.
Like Sitia said, with leadership comes a lot of responsibility. This is a guy who has been the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Clearly, he has a following. I have following online. But it doesn't mean I will go out and say there's a mall in Nairobi CBD that should be boycotted by the Somali community. I have over 500,000 followers. If 10% of those people boycotted that mall,
50,000.
That's 50,000 people.
50,000 customers.
Yes, 50,000. So, like Sitia said, and rightly so, with leadership comes great responsibility. You need restraint when in a position of power, which clearly is not. And I shudder at the thought that if this guy were to be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya today, this country will have been balkanized.
Yeah.
It will have been balkanized. It will have been very dangerous.
History comes to our aid here. People who have risen to positions of authority on emotions and sentiments that people feel are expressed by the politician never sit to consider the consequences of that particular path fully.
Yes.
The atrocities that we see having been committed in great numbers, they don't start as atrocities. They start as an utterance here and utterance there, and then it's normalized.
Remember Rwanda?
Yes.
City. That's how it started.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a process that has been documented by people who understand these things. You dehumanize a person, you profile them, then you dehumanize them. Someone calls you a cockroach. Someone's called you madoadoa. You've been dehumanized. And once someone has been dehumanized, it is a lot easier for you to treat them badly because you're not dealing with another human being.
Someone is saying movie is sitting on the fence. This is Gypsy Corner. No, I'm not sitting on the fence. Nazlin Lesusian asking, how many advisors does Singapore Prime Minister have? I don't know. We'll check that out.
There is no leader who doesn't have advisors.
Absolutely.
None.
Yeah. And then kuna nani hapa anasema, this is Lydia Cherono saying, Moi had Mark II and Ezekiel Barngetuni. That's how he ruled 24 weird years.
Actually, that is not true. That is not true. Moi had very many advisors from almost every community in this country.
Getting back to Gachagua before we end the show, the conversation rather, I feel like that interview should have happened for this reason, or rather,
it did happen.
It should have been aired then. For this reason. And the reason is, for me, it's a missed opportunity to have the voices of the people that he has been talking about for a very long time being heard from their perspective. Because even if today, for instance, I were to host former DP Gachagua, there are some questions I might not be able to ask because I am not aware. I am not there with these people. And I believe the journalists, the presenters, and the people who serve them daily on TV and radio are able to ask those questions.
You know what, Mbuvi?
Yes.
I did watch his interview. I'm not ignorant to the fact that he spoke to a section of the media from northern Kenya, some bloggers. Guess what he said?
What did he say?
Nothing. He just said what he kept on saying the last few months, that he was out of power, that, you know, Duale this, Duale that, MPs are not doing whatever they're doing in northeastern Kenya. But you know what he fails to remember? What he fails to understand, Gachagua, is the fact that northeastern Kenya leadership actually do not have the blame that is putting on them. I'll tell you why. Central Kenya, all these roads that you see were not built by the MPs. They're built by the colonial government. Northeastern was under the emergency rule for so long, until I think City will remember 1992 or 93, and in fact up to 2002. Session paper number 10.
Yes.
Right? So I'll tell you, they started from ground zero. The northeastern Kenyan leaders and central Kenyan leadership were not at par. One was starting from ground zero, the other one had ivory towers.
Yeah.
Right? All these schools that he's talking about, for example, Lenana,
Nairobi
Mangu,
school, yeah.
were not built by central Kenya MPs. They were part of the rail line. They were built by the colonial government. Mwisho as they said, up to Nyanyuki or whatever it is. Right? Northeastern was seen as a...
By the way.
No.
It was actually called a closed district.
Yeah, it was
by policy.
By policy.
Development was not to be taken there. It's not really complicated.
These guys were investing in the productive
areas. Yes, it was called a wasteland, right?
So, imagine you're starting from ground zero. You don't have roads. You don't have schools. Your people have been subjected to a lot of discrimination by regime after regime, and now you want us to believe that northern Kenya MPs are doing nothing. They are doing a lot. The problem that northern Kenya MPs or leaders have is communication.
Do you believe corruption is another problem that they could be having?
Corruption is everywhere in Kenya.
Okay. Yes,
even Gachagua was at some point accused of corruption. Allegedly.
You know, most people in Kenya don't understand what the marginalization in the northern part of Kenya meant. They have no idea.
Yeah.
Especially if you come from a region that was never marginalized, you can't actually understand.
And it was really painful, actually, City, to be quite honest. There's a time when my fathers and that generation could count with one hand, the fingers on one hand, the number of people going to universities. Abdi Ulewa Nairobi University. Mohammed goes to KU. This 5.
Yeah. And people were learning under trees, meaning the school was under a tree.
Yeah.
Okay? Schools had not been built. Look, my friend, session paper number 10 sought to develop high potential. Northern Kenya was not high potential.
Absolutely.
As we close off, Gypsy Kona Nasema, yesterday's interview, Gachagua praised the Somali community, but not Duale.
Politics again, like I said, he speaks from both sides of his mouth.
Yeah.
On one side, he says the Somali community are very entrepreneurial, they are business people, and on the other side of his mouth, he's accusing them of corruption, and some of their business is built on fraud. Doesn't make sense.
Asmali, thank you so much for this conversation. Perhaps next time we should give you nimeona mtu akisema hapa Faiza amesema Asmali next time apatue 2 hours.
Thank you.
So tutakupatia masaa mawili so that we can expound on these issues. Right now though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogambo on Thursday announced that the Ministry of Education has procured more than 11 million textbooks for grade 10. He said this reinforces the government's policy of providing core learning materials at a ratio of 1 book per learner.
We are sending 2 sets of books for every learning area so that we can enhance variety. If a school has 100 learners, for example, that school will get 60% of the books from one publisher and 40% of the books from another publisher, so that in senior school we start enhancing particularly that competency of communication.
And today we'll be releasing the actual numbers of all the students who have actually been admitted to our senior schools across the country.
The High Court has affirmed the legality of Small Claims Court Act but clarified that the court has no mandate to handle personal injury cases. In its ruling, the court directed that all personal injury claims currently before the Small Claims Court be moved to magistrates' courts. The judges upheld most sections of the Act and its accompanying rules but struck out Rule 25, declaring it unconstitutional.
We declare and hereby issues a declaration that Rule 25 of the Small Claims Court rules is in breach of Articles 24, Sub-Article 2A, B and C of the Constitution of Kenya for incorporating the provisions for arrest and committal to civil jail under the Civil Procedure Act. It is therefore unconstitutional and ultra-vires sections 37, 39 and 40 of the Act as read together with Article 94, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution.
The National Police Service is under pressure over delays in sending money to insurance companies meant to cover police officers killed or injured while on duty. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, police leaders faced tough questions over why families of officers who died in line of duty are forced to wait up to 3 years to receive compensation. The police service blamed the delays on the insurance company handling the cover, saying it has failed to pay claims worth 220 million Kenya shillings.
We want to understand, you have a contract, you have signed a contract. Why not meet the obligation within as per the contract timelines and specifications? Is it this the claimant failing or delaying to submit documents, or is it exchequer issues to pay for the insurance? What is the major cause for this?
The insurance, most of the time, is not funded because of exchequer issues.
Military authorities in coup-prone Guinea-Bissau have set December 6th as the date for presidential and legislative elections, despite regional pressure for faster return to civilian rule. Transitional President Horta N. Tam signed the decree on Wednesday following consultations with the National Transitional Council, military leaders, government officials, and the Electoral Commission. The announcement comes after the military seized power from President Umaru Sissoco Embalo in November. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester United have confirmed midfielder Casemiro will leave the club when his contract ends at the close of the season. The 33-year-old Brazilian joined United from Real Madrid in 2022 for £70 million and went on to make 146 appearances for the club. Casemiro played a key role in his first season, scoring the opening goal in the 2023 Carabao Cup final against Newcastle as United finished third in the Premier League. Reacting to his departure, Casemiro said he will carry Manchester United with him for the rest of his life. Aston Villa have secured a place in the Europa League last 16 after a hard-fought 1-0 away win over Fenerbahce. The only goal came in the first half, scored by Jadon Sancho with a header, his first goal for Villa. Sancho almost added another while Marty Cash hit the post as Villa pressed for more. Goalkeeper Marco Bizot made several important saves to keep the hosts in the game. Both sides also had goals ruled out after VAR checks. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is Radio Generation on 98.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course in our lovely town of Garissa, it's 89.5. My name is Muga Lambovi, and in studio I'm with CT Muga. A big shout out to the folks who are texting in. Sungura Yonis amesema Asmali, Gachagua might have issues, but on northeastern leaders on corruption and investing in Nairobi is very true. Support the truth. Muko Huwaere. I hope I'm saying this correctly. Gachagua is not setting communities against each other. He is asking pertinent questions. Why even hold a press conference in Nairobi and not in northern Kenya? Why not build the apartments in Mandera? Okay, all right. Siti Muga, yes. Do you think these are pertinent questions? First, like Mr. Mukohu is saying, and I'll stop there because hiyo jina ingine nikisema my Kamba tongue is doing madhogo than you. So Moko anasema Gachagua is not setting communities against each other. He is asking pertinent questions. Do you think he's asking pertinent questions?
We're talking about the subject matter here seems to be interpretation.
Yes.
But that Kenyan's interpretation is that he's asking pertinent questions. And I would ask, what's pertinent about the questions? What is it that makes those questions that he says he's asking pertinent?
Yeah. For example, and I think the deputy governor of Mandera, when he was here on Friday last week, he explained part of the reasons why you will see northeastern Kenyan leaders who've been elected, and perhaps we expect them to be in northern Kenya, are here most of the time. For example, he mentioned on matters to do with when we see senators, they're elected to sit at the Senate, so they will not be flying or driving every single day to Senate and back to Mandera. So they will stay here because they are needed here in Parliament. Same to the MPs. But also, and he also mentioned someone like a deputy governor or even a governor would be in Nairobi more often than not because he needs to meet the committees in Parliament and the committees in Senate, and he needs to negotiate with Treasury, perhaps even have meetings with the President and other leaders. So, hiyo ninaelewa. But kuna kitu ndangwa scheduled meetings where you can plan and say, in this month of January, the last week, I'll schedule a meeting with the president on Monday and Tuesday, perhaps even on Wednesday. Then I'll try and schedule another meeting with the CS somewhere, in the week and other leaders that I might need to meet. So let's say for 2 weeks of the month, I will be away in Nairobi, but majority of the time, I will be
let me explain to you
in Mandera.
Why to me it isn't pertinent. If you make a statement like that, you need to then start by saying, this is what I would consider pertinent. The regions of northeastern Kenya has X number of members of parliament. And because the constituencies are blah, 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 blah. Okay, the governors we know. Of these, the data that we have shows that parliamentary sittings are A, B, C, D. And these particular people were present on day blah, 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 blah. They were not present on day blah, 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 blah. Meaning whatever it is that you're saying, please give me some details so that I can understand why it is you arrived at that conclusion. Mm-hmm. But in the absence of those details, I do not understand what on earth you're talking about.
Something else, you were saying that northeastern leaders and also some of the prominent business people, they do not reinvest back in their counties. So they will not reinvest in Wajir, Isiolo.
Again, it's a blanket. It's a blanket statement.
So he was, and it was said that the reason why those areas are underdeveloped is because when those folks get money, they don't reinvest back. They will build apartments in South B, South C, Isili, and not necessarily in.
Paul, are you a businessman?
In Lamu.
Are you a businessman?
I am a businessman. I'm in the business.
Why would I want to put up a business where I know there's money, but I also know that there's more money elsewhere? Would I not take my business where I will make more money? And then with that more money, it's like somebody who wants to build a huge, humongous home in the rural areas, which is the size of a school. And you go there every month. Would you not be better off building that in a place where that very building can make you money? Then the proceeds of that, go and build whatever you want at home. Look, you cannot determine that what people are doing has to conform to what you consider makes sense. It is their money. They can invest it where they like.
You know what? We have a governance expert in studio. We're talking about Peter Mushendu. He was actually here last year, lakini leo amerudi. We want to talk about NYOTA Fund, the political party situation, the shake-up, and the state of the nation. But as we exit this conversation of former DP Gachagua and the complaints or sentiments that he has about the northeastern region, do you think some of them are valid, or do you think all of them should just be rubbed from the face of the earth and we focus on other things? Karibu sana, Peter.
Yes, you know, I should be able to gauge how truthful you are if what you stood for 4 years ago, you still identify with that. You see, things can change, but the principles and these things that govern everything doesn't change. Where was this Gachagua for the 2 years he was a DP? Because he was yielding power. He would have looked and transformed. Because I think that conversation came as a result of the issue of placement and saying that students have not built. There is a reason why national schools are national schools. By the way, do you know that in accordance with our laws, a national school is considered a government parastatal? That's the whole thing. And therefore, when you are telling me that a northeastern girl or a boy cannot come and study in Alliance or in Kiambu High School or in Mangu, what are you telling Kenya when it comes to integration? Because I don't want, today I can assure you, when my little girl who is 8 years old gets to grade 10, it is my prayer that she goes to a national school. Why? Because she is going to integrate with somebody from Northeastern, somebody from Western Kenya, somebody from Coast, and that makes her a Kenyan. That makes her appreciate that we have diversity, yes, but we are all Kenyans and we treat each other the same. So, I mean, I want you to look at a situation where your child goes to the primary school where you come from, goes to the secondary school where you come from, goes to the university where you come from, and you want that child to develop and integrate with the rest of the country. That is so unheard of. Do you know the reason why we have games, music festivals, all those things? It is to ensure that we integrate and cohesion. And therefore, I would take anything one Gachagua says at face value, because it is not geared toward the integration of this country. It is not geared to what today. Why are Kikuyus? I am a Kikuyu.
Yes.
But if I walk to Rokicho, or I walk to Kapenguria, or I walk to Raisamis in Masabit, I hear people calling my name, and then you're like, tulikuja kutafuta unga huku.
Yeah.
So why do you think it is wrong for somebody from Northeastern who came to Nairobi and got a plot in Isili to invest? Because let me tell you, you are not gonna take your money and make it a dead investment. You will come, take your money, reinvent it, and then whatever proceed you get, you go and start developing. I'm not saying the biggest thing would be those people who have been given leadership in Northeastern. They have been allocated money from the exchequer. Now that is the discussion we should have, that in a span of how many years now, 13 or 14 years, that the devolution is
since the promulgation.
We are heading to how many years now?
Since it was 13. Promulgated.
Yes. So what have you done with the money? Now that's a subject we can have.
Okay.
But we cannot have a subject or discuss a matter that is being subjected into demonizing people, into demonizing a community.
Right.
Let us deal with specific. You've been a governor here, you've been a senator here, you've been an MP, you are a patron of a CDF fund.
Yeah.
What have you done with it? Now that's a constructive debate we can have. But you think that Gachagua is looking for a constructive debate? He is looking to whip emotions of people. He is looking to create division among his people, which is wrong, because let me tell you, where I come from, the village I come from,
yes,
it is being developed by people who are buying plots and land there. They are the people who are changing the face of Ndeia, where I come from.
Okay.
And therefore, you cannot tell me in my right mind to stand here and start castigating people because of where they come from, to start stereotyping people because of where they come from. And therefore, I would say, as we have such discussion,
yes,
it is important to know that we have a nation to protect. We have a nation to protect.
On matters to do with the NYOTA fund, it is said that perhaps it is not doing what it was intended to do, or rather it's not having the kind of impact perhaps it was, it was hyped up to have. What do you think about it? And I think it was one of the papers, I'm looking for it. Something was said in one of the dailies today. Perhaps it's the Star, I'm not sure, but there's that question about NYOTA fund.
Let me tell you, the biggest problem we are having, and I have watched this discussion flow in media for a number of weeks now, the biggest number of people going to TVs and radio to discuss this.
Yes.
Most of them, and I'm sorry to say this, when you look at their background, they are very privileged lot.
Okay.
They do not understand what it means to hustle. Let me give you a good example. Where I come in Limuru, and allow me because he's my friend,
yes,
there is a young man who came from Moranga. He's called Yoriori Mtumba. That's what they know. He's known in Limuru. Okay. Yoriori Mtumba. Yoriori Mtumba imports mitumba and brings them,
yes,
and opens them at near Limuru food market.
Okay.
The women who sell clothes in our villages, they come there. He gives them each mitumba worth 5,000 on credit, and tells them, you go sell. Once you sell, as you come to restock, pay what you picked last time. So they will take mitumba for around 5,000.
Yes.
Probably go make 2,000 or 3,000. Then tomorrow morning or 2 days after, they will come to correct, pay what they had borrowed. And subsequently, in a week, that woman will probably make 6,000-7,000 at most. And that, I'm talking about 5,000, goods worth 5,000.
All right.
And when I hear people talk about the issue of NYOTA as if it's just another crowd, because the biggest problem is that we are looking at the political angle of NYOTA. I am looking at it. I want you to ask anybody who was at the University of Nairobi between that is I think around 1999 coming all the way to 2007. Ask them. I will tell you of a friend of mine who is called Felix. He is from Kakamega. He's now an accountant with one of the big banks. He would go to Gikomba very early in the morning, purchase mitumba worth 2,000, come put them at Mamraka hostel. When he is done with class at 5, he would go to Nairobi CBD to hawk mitumba, make 2,000, and subsequently he is able to pay for the food at the mess.
Okay.
So So when I hear people demonize, yes, it is an idea in the making. It is probably has not gotten to that fever pitch where everybody says it is succeeding. In any case, we started doing this thing, I think, around a month ago. And people expect magic. It is not magic. The people who have benefited, I can assure you, there are people who will squander that money. You can take that to the bank. That's the truth. But there are people that 23,000 is a lifeline for them. I have one of the young man from Limuru who has benefited with that money when we were in Kasarani. I run an organization that takes kids to school on a full scholarship.
Okay.
I have taken the sister to Kenya High School here. He's now doing he's now boosting a business of selling those small you would be surprised socks, shoe races, everything. And he's told me with this money, I'll be able now to be supporting, because I am not able to support the pocket money needs when they come for holiday and everything.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, that 23,000 may not be, as important to some of us, because maybe when we get out of here, we will go have a cup of coffee somewhere here and pay 10,000. We will go have a cup of here and pay 5,000. But let me tell you, for somebody who keeps borrowing from some of the borrowing platform in our mobile apps, you know them,
the digital lenders,
that money means a lot, because somebody is going to borrow 5,000 to be able to do a small business and pay with a very huge interest. This is a cash that is being transferred to you, not as a loan, but as a small grant. And therefore, I would ask everybody, let us give an idea a chance to flourish. Let us give an idea a chance to work. I saw a lawyer the other day on TV, and I looked and I realized that he was in one of the prestigious schools just here next door, like a kilometer from here. And then I'm asking myself, how does he even understand what 23,000 means if he is being ferried by a driver from his house when he was going to primary school, and he is busy shouting and running his mouth on TV on how this 23,000 is not going to help? Today, my house help, or the person who does Mama Fua, I pay them 500 shillings to come and fua. They do that twice a week. That's 1,000 shillings a week.
Yeah.
So if I was to pay them for a whole week, it is 4,000. What are you telling me, that if you give that mama 23,000, it does not mean a life-changing thing for them? It might not drastically change your life, but it is going to ease your troubles. It is going to help you. And therefore, I think, and this is my submission to Kenyans, well, this idea may not fulfill the desires of many critics of government, because the people, the biggest people who are shouting, and I'm sorry, even the fourth estate members who are shouting, they have known to have choreographed a way of fighting every program that the government starts. They never see anything good. Even like now, if they meet you and they are told to describe you, they will describe all the negative things they can find about you.
Yes.
But to that person that is getting that 22,000, it means a lot to them. It means that I can have a head start in life. Yes.
Also, we were in the previous hour talking, and I just want to comment on this one, really. It's about what the court said yesterday as far as advisors are concerned, presidential advisors. What are your thoughts on this issue?
Well, I think it is an administrative issue, number one, and I feel that the president needs to look at it with a keen eye, because there is a very thin line, and the balancing act is very delicate, because on one side, as a government and as an institution called the presidency, established in law, they also understand that it is the same law that has established the separation of powers.
Yes.
And therefore, the respect for judiciary must be accorded.
Yes.
But at the same time, the president needs to look at, probably, when I look at the ruling by the courts, it is not really a condemnation of the president having done a grievous alteration of the constitution or the laws. It is probably the processes and the procedures that needs to be looked at, because I think that as a president and you want to run this country, you require the knowledge and understanding of these people to be able to run the country.
Yes.
But even as you install them, there has to be that balancing act that allows you to be able to respect the statutes of law. And therefore, I think that I would want to see the State House lawyers deal with that matter, because when the court says that this and this was not followed, this and this was done, these are constitutional issue, and you sit as a president because the Constitution has given you that right to sit there, and therefore it's the same Constitution that has allowed those who are aggrieved, like Katiba Institute, to go to court and seek redress. And I think I am expecting that the office of the president is going to handle this the formal way, the way things are supposed to be handled.
I think it's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
Whenever we have a constitutional moment in this sense, something is brought up, a judgment is pronounced by a high court, and the reference point is the Constitution. We have a unique opportunity of even getting to understand our Constitution better. Why? Because even now we are talking about it. Now we are debating about it. We were talking about the NYOTA fund and the effects it has. That people have things they want to say about it, either in support of it or against it, is a good thing. Because we then get to understand what somebody has or the thoughts that people have. But the thing that I find fascinating with many of the people who have things that are adverse to say concerning some of these projects is, I never hear any of them offering an alternative.
What do you mean, the critics?
Yes. If you're going to be an effective and a useful critic, as you say this is wrong, you need to say, but if we consider this, and if we consider this, and then you explain why it would be better, then your criticism or your critique makes sense.
Makes sense.
One says, so this is what you're saying. But if all you are doing is pouring cold water on it, then actually how useful is it? Because the people who are recipients, are you saying that they do not understand that they were receiving 22,000? Do you think they did not know that it is 22,000 and not 10,000, not 3,000, which was being given? And you think they didn't think it through that this might be of use to them?
Exactly.
Or you imagine that they thought it's free money being given, so why don't I go and queue up and also get my share of the free money? It then forms a judgment not on the fund. No. Not on even on issues of the advisors. But it brings in a discussion that is often at the heart of our politics.
Yes.
And there are people in the history of our political life who have borne the brunt of this. You have people who don't like a person, not a political party, a person. They will even tell you they have their reasons. From that point onwards, there is nothing that person will do which will not be found to be wrong.
Okay.
This is not to say that the individuals in case don't make mistakes. They make plenty. In fact, the hallmark of the fact and the reality that a political leader is a human being is that he'll make mistakes. Many. He'll make promises he can't fulfill. But if we were to be adult about this discussion, I thought the process of making mistakes only occurs when you're trying to do something. You can't make a mistake when you've done
to do something
yes.
for the people.
And you know what is baffling me about those who are criticizing, this project is one of the crafters is the World Bank. And when you look at some of the people criticizing it, and I am asking myself that, does World Bank have money to waste?
No.
That they just throw some money to sit here and tell him, go do whatever you want with it? This is something that has been looked at, and it's not just something about this country. It's about the youth unemployment everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I pride myself in this country is that we have a very innovative, young, very educated, and a very good workforce that if given an opportunity, they can be able to flourish. I am looking forward to very successful stories of NYOTA. As much as, because let me tell you, today, if you decide to go and hike Mount Kenya, there are two things that comes out of it.
Okay.
You will be successful at reaching at the peak, but on the sideline, you will probably get blisters. You will probably get. This is how I look at NYOTA.
Yeah.
We are looking to head somewhere at the top. Of course, as we are going down, we will have people who will have probably misused what they got.
Yes.
But we will equally have successes. And you see, what is the harm in trying? Because the alternative is not going to work. Sitting back and watching the youth unemployment grow in this country. We are pumping 800,000 young people into the job market every year in this country. And therefore, when I see people who are supposed to have been, supposed to have been helping the young people criticate, one of them being the former DP. The former DP, what is it that he did when he was in the DP? You see, I am looking at what the current Deputy President, the Honorable Kindiki, is doing with economic empowerment. We have done about 3 or 4 economic empowerment within Kiambu County, together with the DP, the Honorable
Professor Kindiki.
Professor Kindiki, that is empowering people, those people who have gone through courses like salon, kinyozi, helping them start a business.
Right.
And I am asking myself, for 2 years, where was this person who is now shouting at the top of his voice that the government is not working? What did you do as a deputy president to empower the young people of this country? You have absolutely no capacity. You do not have any authenticity to speak about the problems facing young people, because for 2 years, you should be able to tell us, as a deputy president and somebody helping this government, I advocated for 1, 2, 3. Today, we are dealing with coffee issues, milk issues. I don't know whether you remember the executive number 1 of His Excellency, the President, the Honorable William Ruto. It allocated the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua the opportunity to deal with agricultural issues, to resolve the coffee issues,
I remember
to resolve,
I remember,
to resolve the tea issues, to resolve, because when we resolve the milk issues, we are going to employ a generation in agriculture.
Yes.
And if you do not think that it is possible, I invite you and City to walk around Githunguri and see who are the farmers. They are not our fathers. It is 30-something year old. It is what today one of the directors of the Kenya Dairy Board is a very young girl called Mercy from Githunguri. He was picked because he is a very serious farmer in Githunguri, making million and adding value. And therefore, as a deputy president, we keep saying that agriculture is the backbone of this country. And subsequently, it cannot be a backbone if it does not provide employment for a younger generation. And here you have a person who, for 2 years, was given a responsibility to reform agriculture. He did nothing.
Peter, the same deputy president, Professor Kindiki, has also been accused of overspending his budget. Let me put it into perspective. What they said is that in 3 months, he had used more than half of his budget. So people were asking what will happen in the remaining 9 months, because a lot of that money was going into these empowerment projects that were not necessarily budgeted for.
You see, at the end of the day, I look at it people look at the issues of budget and the issue of what we call the government expenditure. But I'm looking at it at this point, because I don't want to digress into the issues of a budget of a certain office, because then we have not seen him come and ask for a supplementary to be able to supplement what is it that the media and the rest of the people are asking. We are talking about the issue of how do we empower that young person. But we have a media in this country, we have a clique of critics in this country who are not offering solution. Their work is to wake up in the morning and poke holes on what government is doing. I know my English teacher, and may God rest her soul in peace, Madam Wamuto in high school, taught me about something that is called constructive criticism. You do not just wake up and say City is not well dressed. City is not well kept. You wake up and tell city, I think you can improve on this. You can do this. If you do this, you'd look like this. If you do this, you'd... That is the kind of leadership we are looking in this country. We do not want everybody who is waking up to just tell the world what is wrong with this country.
Okay.
That is why I have a beef with some of the politicians, because let me tell you, if today this country fails, it does not just fail for William Ruto. It fails for you and I. If peace becomes elusive in this country, it becomes a problem for all of us. Probably the right class will have a way to go. Maybe Gachagua will probably leave the country and go somewhere, everywhere. But the people who are left to deal with what is going to happen,
it's you and I.
It is you and I. And therefore, when you wake up to run your mouth, as much as you critique government, I want you to tell you, because I'm a very big fan of the British Parliament.
Yes.
I take time to watch it every Wednesday, the Prime Minister's question time in Britain. I want you to look at the people who criticize the person who is occupying Down Street, number 10.
10 Downing Street.
Yes. I want you to look at, they criticize policies, they criticize why government is spending this. They do not wake up to badmouth Britain. They do not wake up to badmouth UK, because tomorrow they want to sit on that particular seat, and therefore the good of the country is what they look for. The likes of Gachagua are not looking for the good of the country. The moment you continue telling the world, sijui they are terrorists here, sijui they are thieves there, what are you telling investor? What are you building investor confidence? Do you want to become president in a failed state? So I am looking at the people who wake up in the morning to critique government, which is a constitutionally provided platform, because this is a democracy. I can wake up and tell William Ruto, you are not doing this right, you're not doing this right. But there is a very big difference between constructive criticism and jilted ravers.
Peter,
who would even tell you are black? Did they not know you are black when they dated you?
I agree with you on criticizing policy. I agree with you on we argue on facts. That one, I very much agree with you. There's a Victor Lesasuyan hapa ameuliza, what powers do deputy presidents have in this country? And I believe he's responding to that issue. You were asking, what did DP Gachagua do when he was in power? And then, of course, we are comparing it to what current Professor Kindiki is doing as he's in power. So, to answer Victor, what exactly does a deputy president have as far as power is concerned?
Let me tell you. The constitution of this republic defines the work of the deputy president in 2 sentences. The entire constitution. He has 2 responsibilities. Number 1, as enshrined in the constitution, he is the principal assistant to the president. And then it goes on to say that the president may allocate the deputy president responsibilities as he deems right.
Okay.
Now someone is asking,
so as far as the DP, that is
his
role. Responsibility.
That is his responsibility. And he has another responsibility. He chairs the intergovernmental, call it, the one that brings all the 47 counties together. It is put in the constitution. Now, somebody is asking what the difference between what Kindiki is doing and what Rigathi is doing. Everybody in the executive operates from a delegated authority from His Excellency the President. His Excellency the President decided to delegate responsibility with his executive order number 1. That order did 3 things. 1, it is specified which cabinet minister is going to be in charge of which state agency. That is 1. Number 2, it specifies the headquarters of different state agencies in that executive order. And number 3, it gives the responsibilities that comes with the position that you're given. His Excellency, the Honorable Kithure Kindiki, who is now the Deputy President, is operating as the executive, you know, we had another executive order, I don't know whether it's number 2 or 3, immediately His Excellency and the former, the Honorable Prime Minister set the broad-based government. There was an executive order that designated different responsibilities. But when Rigathi Gachagua was the deputy president, he had a number of responsibilities. One of the responsibility he terribly failed. It was to resuscitate the sector in agriculture, which would have given us a lot of solutions to our unemployment, because had we reformed the tea sector, the coffee sector, you know, the coffee bill was left unattended in Parliament because the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua gagged. We have a principal secretary who is in charge of parliamentary services, who sits at the office of the prime cabinet minister. He's in the office of the prime cabinet minister, the principal secretary in charge of parliamentary services. This is the person who is the conduit between government bills, all those things that go to parliament. There was at loggerhead when Gachagua was the deputy president about things like coffee bill, things like milk reforms that would have allowed us to be able to. Today, one of the places that produces one of the best milk is Limuru, where I come from. But we are still in this country buying milk based on quantities, not quality. Because the reforms are supposed to say City is producing better milk than I am, and therefore he gets better value because he is giving his cows the right feed, the right quantities, and therefore the nutrition level in his milk is better. That is the kind of reforms we are talking about, and this would encourage a lot of young people to come and do farming, to come and start self-employment projects. Today, if you walk to Githunguri, my friend, without 250,000, you cannot get out with a cow. That is racketeering. Because they have enhanced the level of agriculture in that place. They have one of the best dairies. And therefore, what I am trying to say is, the person asking, you are given a responsibility by government to reform. You do not do anything. You never saw Rigathi do what is called the youth forums, like the ones we are doing with His Excellency, the Deputy President. You did not see Rigathi Gachagua orchestrate a place where you bring people with the money and those who need the money for funding. You know, we are talking about...
Peter, are you saying the Deputy President, when he was Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua did none of the things you're saying? Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, where is the coffee bill? It is now in Parliament. It has just actually come in Parliament. We are discussing it how many years after the election? 3-0. I want you to, anybody who is reasoning to me, to tell me I am wrong and show me something that Rigathi Gachagua did for the young people of this country. One, because even forget that the work of dealing with the youth is not your responsibility. But as a deputy president, today, it is not cast on stone City that I am supposed to form a group and start taking kids to school. Because principally, the responsibility of educating a kid would be that of a parent and that of government. But because I am a reader in my own rights and I'm a human being in my own rights, I will not sit there and see a kid who has performed well fail to go to school, because that is what I am supposed to do as a human being with a capacity. If God has given me an opportunity and a capacity to do it, why will I not do it? So I am asking, Rigathi Gachagua as an individual, number one, who was privileged to sit in a seat of power and in his capacity of influence, because let me tell you, today as a deputy president, you think you will call a CEO of a big bank or a CEO of a big institution to come and have a meeting with you. They fail to come.
They'll come.
They will come. So I am talking about, forget what the Constitution provides for you as a deputy president. As someone who has been given a responsibility in a seat that wields power, what did you do to help the young people of this country? Forget young people. What did you do to help the women of this country? Forget them. What did you do to help your own county if you cannot come to help Kiambu? So what I am saying is this. When you are given, they say that we will know you and your true colors when we give you power. We gave him power for 2 years. He has nothing concrete
to show for it.
And therefore, that makes him the wrong person to critic government. You want to critic government because they kicked you out.
There's a comment here by... My goodness, they're coming in hot and fast and laughing coming, but I'll try and remember it. Morris Andati amesema hivi, giving people money doesn't equate to economic empowerment because it doesn't account for strategic investment in specific industries and there is no recouping effect. Sustainability is the core, not just a makeup or a dollar sign. So not just money.
You know, he's actually very right.
Yeah.
And the very thing he's saying is what NYOTA seeks to write. If you understand the mandate and you know what they are actually doing, the processes they are following, it's like they know he was going to say that and they are telling you, we have understood and NYOTA is seeking to write some of these things. We are seeking to ensure that that is not what happens.
Okay.
That very process which he says giving money doesn't do, they are taking... These people are not just being given money. You know, I sometimes wish that even as we speak about these things, you should take a little time to just read. The write-up about NYOTA in the public domain. You can actually read it and understand what it is that they are doing and how they plan to do it.
I don't think Morris is only on about just
No,
NYOTA.
it is not him. Him, I agree with what he is saying.
Okay.
I actually agree. And that is why I started by saying, indeed, it's like NYOTA knew he would say what he's saying, and that is what they have sought to do. Then I have said, when we look at some of these government projects, it is perhaps useful to actually do the write-up on it, to read the write-up on it, so that you understand what they're saying. So when you critique it, by the way, this gentleman is not critiquing it. No. You critique it from what it is that they've said they will do. And then you judge that and say, this is what your write-up says you will do.
Yes.
And from what we observe, this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
So please connect it for us. See?
Yeah. And then let me also add another comment there. Perhaps Peter can, comment on both. This is from DK. DK anasema hivi. Political opponents in parliament and entrenched coffee cartels frustrated Gachagwa's coffee reforms. Is it possible? And it might not just be true for Gachagua, but true for anyone else, including the president.
You see, let me tell you, every time you want to upset a node tradition, because I will tell you, the biggest problem that had in the coffee industry was that the people who come to buy your coffee are also they are the brokers, they are the people who mill it. They are the people who are the owners of the auctions. They
essentially they are middlemen.
They are the middlemen, and therefore, what we are looking to do is to bring these middlemen out. I'll give you. There's a young girl, I can't remember her name. She's in the US, and imports coffee beans from this country to the US. Actually, imports them as they are raw to the US.
They roast them.
They roast them and they make coffee and they sell.
Okay.
And do you know where they buy that coffee from? Amazon.
They buy it online.
Yes. People in this country are selling their coffee at Amazon. Buy it online. Then you have what you call in this country. You have what you call the consolidators. You pay somebody to consolidate it, pack it, and send it to you.
So if you need 10 tons,
so you need 10 tons,
they will sort it out.
It's like how we do in China. Like now, like some of us, when we are buying things in China, you may not be able to buy a 40-foot container.
Yes.
So you buy and give it to a consolidator. Takes what city has bought, consolidates it into one container, and then sends it back here. That is the kind of business we are looking to. That if today city wants to export coffee, he does not need to go to Mombasa or Nairobi auction for coffee. And therefore, let me tell you, and I say this without fear of any contradiction whatsoever, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua saw that and as opportunity to milk money from those who want to be salvaged from being attacked by what the president was doing. And therefore, when middlemen had they would be threatened because we wanted to create a free market that I can sell my coffee where I want, anytime I want, and at a negotiated, we just do what is called the guaranteed minimum returns. If it is 100 shillings per kg, I can negotiate with somebody because based on my value of my coffee and sell it at 200, and there will not be a middleman. So what did your former deputy president do? He decided to go to bed with this middleman because he was making money. And let me tell you, old habit die hard. Today, the members of that political outfit, yake, I don't even mention the name. They are not worth mentioning. The members of that party are crying out that they are being asked to give out money. You have seen them on media. We have seen those who have defected in the last 2 weeks. The former Juja MP and everybody. They are saying that that is a money milking outfit in the name of a political party. That man is doing exactly what he was doing when he was the deputy president. I repeat this, and I have repeated it on TV. I was a witness one day of an altercation between him and the current running member of parliament. And it was about running member of parliament failing to do what Rigathi Gachagua was asking him to do.
Asking him or instructing?
Yes, instructing him to do. And you know, it is not a secret that the fallout between Gachagua and members of parliament was an idea. You can go back to the records. He asked for a supplementary budget of 900 million into his office. And the members of the National Assembly, read by the majority leader and the chair of budget, then Didi Nyoro, refused to pass that particular ask. That is where the issue of Gachagua and members of parliament. And I keep telling you, most members of parliament did not impeach Gachagua because they were instructed. They impeached Gachagua based on the relationship he created. I tell people, and I don't know whether City was, we were with him somewhere else, and I gave this story. I am a very small person in the food chain of government. I'm a director at Konza Technopolis.
Yes.
In the food chain of government, I'll probably place myself at somewhere at number 5,000. But this man called Gachagua called the minister then, the ICT minister then, Owalo, to ask him how I was nominated into that board without his concurrence.
No way.
I am telling you.
Peter.
I am telling you before God who created heaven and earth.
Sasa wewe uko huko Konza.
Mimi niko huko na nikamutu kadogo huko. But this man is witch hunting me because I am from the mountain. I was not given a job. I was given a job without him being consulted. And you know, when you become that petish, it means that you become petish. Today, some MPs one time went to do a benchmarking in Dede Nyoro's constituency, Kiharu, from here somewhere, from Kiambu, some from where else. He was mad about it. Why are you going to do benchmarking in Dede Nyoro's constituency without telling me? This is a man who suffers from inferiority complex. And therefore, these are some, I am promising you before God, if I was the deputy president, I would never be impeached. Otherwise, I would look stupid because only a stupid man can be impeached as a deputy president. Have you looked, City, at the threshold we put to impeach a deputy president? Can you imagine a human being getting to a level of getting impeached that you allowed people to actually acquire a threshold to impeach you? It speaks to the level of miscommunication and disconnect you have with the leadership, because how do you convince over 200 and something MPs to impeach you? You know, let me tell you, the president did not need a headache of impeaching his deputy president. But when you become a menace and you become impossible, that you are going to what you call cabinet meetings, and instead of dealing with issues affecting Kenya, you are there shouting, Dennis Itumbi did this to me, so and so did this to me, so and so did this to me. I mean, that kind of inferiority complex is what made him get impeached.
Peter, I want to ask this question.
Yes.
Like you,
yes,
and like any Kenyan who has an interest in the country,
yes,
you pay attention to our politics.
Yes.
Why do you think that President Ruto appointed Rigathi Gachagua as his deputy? Why did he choose him as a running mate?
Well, I think I gave a story sometimes back because I was privileged to be, well informed about the process.
Yes.
I don't know, probably somewhere next
Number
where the
5,000.
prince
You've
is.
told us
Yes,
you are still number 5,000.
I'm still
Or
number
maybe then
5,000.
you're 7,000. but over time you become 5,000.
And therefore, let me tell you, you see, today as friends, you know, I don't know, I did a wedding, a church wedding, and I had the opportunity of picking who is gonna be my best man.
Yes.
At my wedding. What are the qualities I was looking for? I was looking, well, I have stayed with City for long. I have known him to be a very genuine friend, someone who supports me and what I do, someone who understands me and all those things. But I have told you, those are the things that made Rigathi Gachagua was very real when we are dealing with the Uhuru government. He was very supportive of the president when he was actually being sidelined as the deputy president in the previous administration. And subsequently, the time came when the president decided that I am going to have a deputy from Mount Kenya. Because let me give you the chronology of event. The first decision was not on the person. The first decision was, where is the deputy president going to come from? That was the first decision that was made. And then it was made that the deputy president, because of a lot of political calculations, ought to come to the mountain based on the numbers, based on issues to do with business. A lot of things were considered. And it was said, I want a deputy president from Mount Kenya. The next question was, who is going to be the deputy president? So, the entire leadership of Mount Kenya was invited here in Karen. That was those who are already elected MPs,
senators,
and those
governors.
and those who are potential the UDA candidates, and the members of political parties that were supporting the president. That is including Moses Kuria's party, what do you call the former Attorney General Muturi, the former
DP.
Speaker, party that is DP, and all of us were called. There were 3 candidates that came out on that contest. There was Rigathi Gachagua. There was the current deputy president, Professor Kindiki, and there was Muturi Justin. The 3.
Okay.
One, the campaign to have Muturi become the deputy president was being led by Moses Kuria. He was the one who was in fact, he declared himself as the returning officer of Justin Muturi's candidature. On the other hand, the likes of the current ML, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the Honorable Dede Nyoro, all those MPs, they were behind one Professor Kindiki to become the deputy president. And then there was the president. He had his own idea, because at the end of the day, who is gonna appoint and who needs the deputy president?
It's him.
It is him. I can assure you, beyond reasonable doubt, the majority of Mount Kenya went for the deputy president. The current deputy president,
Professor
Kindiki, went for him. But then again, the president looked, and this is one thing I love about His Excellency the President. There is something that is called rewarding loyalty. It is a rare commodity in politics. Not so many people reward people who are loyal. The president looked at the journey they have walked with Rigathi Gachagua and was able to sit and convince the rest of the mountain. I think it will be disservice if we did not give this man the chance to serve as a deputy president. He has shown commitment, he has shown loyalty. But as I told you, if you want to know the true character of a man,
give him power.
Give him power. And power we give.
Peter, we have overrun already by 2 minutes.
Yes.
If you're not busy, I think I overheard somewhere that you might be engaged going forward. But please find time.
No, I'll come. I'm in Nairobi. I was outside Nairobi. We can do this week if you want.
All right.
And look at it.
Wacha tuongee na Edna.
Yes.
Because there's so much we need to talk about.
Yes.
Including broad-based government.
Yes.
And this whole issue of ODM wanting to have the DP position. What happens to our very good professor? That one you don't have to answer now. Please do make time.
It's a political roller coaster and we'll roll with it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Peter Mushendu, governance expert. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government plans to spend 3.12 billion Kenya shillings every year to support caregivers of people living with severe disabilities. Under the new program, caregivers will receive monthly allowance of 2,000 Kenya shillings. The Ministry of Labour says the move is meant to boost existing cash transfers and recognize the important role caregivers play in supporting vulnerable Kenyans. In the first phase, the program will benefit about 130,000 caregivers over the next 3 years. Comments by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua targeting the Somali community have continued to draw strong criticism, as Mali Media CEO Hamed Mohamed described Gachagua's remarks as terrible and unfortunate, particularly given his former role as Kenya's Deputy President, the country's second highest office. In January 2026, Gachagua linked businesses in Nairobi's Eastleigh area to alleged economic crimes, including claims that some funds were tied to fraud in Minnesota, United States.
With leadership comes a lot of responsibility. This is a guy who has been the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Clearly, he has a following. I have following online. But it doesn't mean I will go out and say, there's a mall in Nairobi CBD that should be boycotted by the Somali community. I have over 500,000 followers. If 10% of those people boycotted that mall,
50,000.
That's 50,000 people.
50,000 customers.
Yes, 50,000. So, like Cynthia said, and rightly so, with leadership comes great responsibility. You need restraint when in a position of power, which clearly is not. And I shudder at the thought that if this guy were to be the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya today, this country will have been balkanized.
A Tanzanian man has testified before Nairobi court how he found a mix-up at Kenyatta National Hospital after coming to collect his late brother's body. The body has been mistakenly buried in Nyamira County. He went to court to have the body exhumed for DNA testing before sending it to Tanzania for proper burial. Milimani Law Court's Magistrate Paul Mutai approved the exhumation of the body buried on December 30th, 2025.
Nilishtuka. Kwa hiyo nilipoangalia huo mwili sikujua haraka kwamba sio yeye. Hiyo ilikuwa tumeshina sana. Mimi kutoka hapo tukaendelea na mipango ya mazishi mpaka tarehe 2 ndio tulikuwa tuzike.
At first value, it appears the family of Daniel Oyara was handed over the wrong body for burial. I will allow the application dated 21st of January and direct as follows: that the chief government pathologist to exhume the body remains.
Russia, Ukrainian and U.S. negotiators will hold talks in the United Arab Emirates on Friday, in what officials say it is the first meeting attended by all three countries since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion nearly 4 years ago. The Kremlin confirmed Russia officials will attend the talks in Abu Dhabi following a meeting between President Vladimir Putin and U.S. envoys in Moscow. Russia described those talks as useful in every respect, but said a long-term peace deal could not be reached until territorial issues had been resolved. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
And we are back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Bungala Mbuvi. And in this hour, which is the last hour, which promises to be sweeter than perhaps even the others, we want to talk about business and sustainability. Can your business compete with sustainability? With us, we do have Mike Mutungi. He's the CEO, I Choose Life Africa, and chairman of ASEC. Let's start with I Choose Life Africa. I remember I used to see I Choose Life in my campus years. And I never really got to understood what I Choose Life was all about. Maybe you can tell us what I Choose Life is all about.
I can begin by asking you a question.
Right.
You know, in campus, those days we were focusing on matters of HIV prevention.
Yes.
And generally the students who tended to be very sexually active avoided our program.
Is that so?
So I want to ask you.
How active I was? Extremely active.
So maybe, just maybe.
Oh, that's...
But
that explains a lot.
Umejishtaki,
but it is nothing to be embarrassed about. I am not afraid of saying that I was very, very active.
Yeah.
But so that is what it was about, HIV prevention.
In those days, that was about 2000. But then over the time, we evolved because, you know, issues keep changing. So right now, our focus is... we focus on youth.
Yes.
10 to 34 years old.
10?
Yeah, 10.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so high school, university, and youth in the marketplace. Those who are in business.
Okay.
And basically we focus in 6 pillars in health, education, environment, the reason why I'm here today, and then entrepreneurship, leadership and governance, and safety and spiritual foundation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, you've told me a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. Sasa nimeanza kukumbuka. So that's why I saw fulani and I choose life. And then,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then ASEC. What is ASEC all about?
So ASEC is Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya. So this is an organization that basically brings together anybody who's trying to create an environment for entrepreneurs to thrive. So it supports those companies and NGOs are doing that. So then what we do, so you'll find incubators, accelerators, NGOs that are trying to create a better environment for businesses to succeed. So I'm the chairman for that.
All right.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's talk about business then. You know, when we talk about sustainability,
yes,
what exactly is it that we're talking about? Because I think depending on who you're asking and also who's answering,
yes,
or rather who's asking,
yes,
sustainability can mean so much.
Yes. So, in normal companies, that is anchored around what you normally call ESG, you know, environment, governance, and social around a company. But at the end of the day, what we are all concerned is, but you have children, right?
Yes, I do.
And the question is, at this point, you have the opportunity of breathing fresh air. But is your child sure that by the time they are your age,
yes,
they'll actually not be breathing air that totally affects their health?
Okay.
You know, for an example, that's just one aspect of sustainability, because you see, the thing is that we breathe oxygen. Oxygen comes from trees. If you cut down all the trees, it basically means there's no oxygen. So everybody dies. I once had Albert Einstein quote say that, I don't know whether you realize, if we kill all the bees in the world, human beings would take less than 4 years to be extinct. To be extinct. Just bees alone. So there's a way that how we manage our planet will really determine the security of the future generations. And so then what impact that? So when we talk about sustainability, is how we're using materials. So like now, when I came here, it is you asking me now, what sort of car did you drive? And how much CO2 emission did it emit in the environment? Could I use a better car that reduces carbon emission? If you're using equipment like this, is there a way we can use better equipment
that consume less energy?
Less energy, so CO2 emission, energy efficiency, so that we can use. I can see, like, for you, is this solar, by the way?
No, it's not. It's we are connected to the grid.
To the grid.
Yes.
Yeah, and so grid is electricity is not, it's still clean energy. So it's always thinking, how can we reduce the amount of pollution we are doing? How can we reuse what we are utilizing, like newspapers?
Right.
Maybe reuse them in a way, and how can we recycle? So we talk about the 3 R's.
All right. Interesting. So you've talked about ESG, so that's environmental, governance, and then
social and governance.
Social and governance.
Yeah.
All right. And I understand why, because I see under the banner of a lot of companies that small fine print. Now I know where it comes from. So now when we talk about having all that in our businesses, we run different kind of businesses. Let's even take a media business, for example, such as this one. How can we ensure that we incorporate those 3 aspects?
So let me just mention somehow globally what's happening, because we are going to have sustainable business competitive summit actually this coming Tuesday. We are hosting that. It's an international event.
Where is it being hosted?
At Ole Sereni.
All right.
Ole Sereni. And what this so it began with a team of Swedes who were entrepreneurs got together and began talking business. Then quickly they realized, you cannot be talking about business in Europe without including Africa. So then they included Africa. So we began having, and then if you're running business, it's easier to run business with your friends. So then we thought, okay, let's begin having annual summits. So we have been having annual summits in January every year for the last 11 years. I used to be in Sweden. We used to call it the Sweden Winter Challenge. But then COVID came. That was moved to South Africa. We met the last 2 years in South Africa, Cape Town. But then I said, if you can meet in Cape Town, the capital of Africa is Nairobi.
Yes.
So 2026 gotta be Nairobi. And they said, yes, we're going to have it in Nairobi. So we'll be hosting it next week, the whole of next week, but primarily Tuesday will be the big day.
Okay.
Now, we have about 10 African hubs and about 3 European hubs, and then we get together once a year. Now, one of the key drivers of why Europe is very much interested in Africa is, number one, by 2050, all the companies in Europe will be required to have 0 carbon emission.
All right.
Yeah. So because of that, it's very hard to comply in China, So an initiative have begun moving those companies back to Europe. But then this partnership, we say, but Africa is a much better destination for business than Europe. If only we can position ourselves so that these businesses can move back to Africa and, of course, to Kenya. So the whole summit is bringing together Europe and Africans and Kenyans in particular, to begin asking ourselves, how can we position Africa to be the to-go place as far as business are concerned? Now, Africa pollutes only 3% of the global pollution.
3%?
3%.
Are we talking about air, water, and land, or
all those?
All those three combined, 3%.
If you were to build a wall in Africa along our continent and say, okay, I was going to breathe our air, you guys keep your air. The other guys will die in less than a year.
Okay.
So we're the lungs of the world. We're literally the lungs of the world. This is where the air gets cleaned. This is where, so we're the mother nature who gets rejuvenate. And so even position ourselves that way and saying, you know, if you want to be in a place where there's a much cleaner environment, Africa is a place to be. The second thing is that when you think about just sustainability of businesses, and this is many times people don't realize, by 2050, 1 out of every 2 working people will be African.
Okay.
So it means that Africa will basically be running the economies of the world.
Yeah.
Because whether it's
1 out of every?
Every 2. The 2 of you.
So 50% of the workforce of the world
will be African.
Okay.
So it means that if you're looking for markets, if you're looking for people to work, even in the military, I mean, the West can say whatever they want. But
the Russians are taking us by force.
Exactly. So, and if you know, if you're looking for a workforce for your business to be sustainable, that's an issue right now in Europe. How do I make sure that my business continues to survive because of the workforce? And so then this summit is beginning to talk about issues like that. And then, you know, because the companies in Europe will be required to be zero carbon emission, that will impact us as well. Because see, if you're exporting, if you're flying Kenya Airways and you're flying to Europe, they'll be asking you, give us your carbon footprint. If you're exporting macadamia or avocado or mango, if you're even in the banking industry.
Yes.
And it's so serious that, by the way, it's not just like your company that they ask you, because now it becomes like the equivalent of reporting when you're submitting your KRA returns.
Yes.
You see, now we are only doing returns on financials.
Yes.
But now they'll be asking you, and CMA is going to be implementing this, by the way, Capital Market Authority.
All right.
So they'll be asking you to report on the, your
economical impact of your business.
Yeah. So it's on a 3 piece: your profit, your people, how you are impacting people, and the planet.
The environmental impact.
Environmental impact.
Your business has on
and
the
your
planet.
business.
Okay.
So this conference that you speak of,
yes,
is going to focus on the very things that you're saying.
Very things that you are saying.
Okay. You've had these conferences before.
We've had 11. This is the 12th time.
And they've had themes, and they've had goals.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is it that will be attempting to achieve with this conference, which is one, a carryover from what was supposed to have been achieved the previous conference?
Yes.
And what is it that is going to be looked into, which is new?
Yes.
Learning from what it is that was achieved or was attempted to be achieved in the previous conferences.
Yeah. So the foundation, because a business conference, so they're the typical topics around business growth. So for example, you're running a business. We know that you need access to financing, access to markets. So the themes will be accessing finance. So we have financial service providers who are coming, and then we've got businesses, and then we link those two. You want to have bigger market, whether within your country or to expand to Africa. Again, we create platforms that helps you to grow your markets. We'll also be having a major theme, actually. Well, this has not quite been there in the past, but this is around industry academia collaboration in research and development. So, for example, let's say you're running...
repeat that again.
Yeah.
Industry, media, collaboration? Repeat that.
Academia and industry academia collaboration in research and development. So what we are saying is that we have companies. So let's say you work for Safaricom, for example, and you have a challenge in AI. You want to develop AI. What tends to happen is that the companies have an R&D department to do that. But that is not the model globally. What should happen is that Safaricom should be working with Nairobi University so that they present the challenge of AI to University of Nairobi, the Department of Computing Studies. They come up with a solution and then put it back to Safaricom. That way that the student at the university and the lecturers are specializing on what they're good at, and they're coming up with a solution for the industry. And then you find the university curriculum becomes a lot more robust and market-led.
It does. Yeah. Please go on.
So now, you know, I've been traveling a lot, particularly in Sweden and some of the other countries. And if you look at Google, for example, you'll find it's next to Stanford. That's the way economies.
How do the Swedes do this?
They actually do that. You know, for me, actually, what dropped the needle? I was visiting University of Lund. And when I was talking with the Vice Chancellor, I noticed just behind him, there were logos. So I said, but Bwana VC, in Kenya I see trophies, and what are logos doing behind your wall? He said, well, Mike, these are the startups that have spinned off from this university. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, some of these you may know them. Have you ever heard of Bluetooth? I said, Bluetooth? I use Bluetooth. He said, I actually own intellectual property in Bluetooth. He asked me, have you ever heard of Tetra Pak? I said, Tetra Pak? He said, yeah, we started it in this university. And he went on from logo to logo and said the way we measure university performance is the output and contribute to the economy, not to the number of graduates that we have in this university. That's when I realized for the first time what was wrong with what I went through at the University of Nairobi and what could happen if this was a structure we adopt in think about education in terms of economic outputs and companies, as opposed to just graduates going through.
Mike, I ask myself, where did the rain start beating us? Because now, University of Lund in Sweden, right?
Yeah.
Now, we also have something similar happening in places like Nani.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
it's called Estonia.
Estonia, yes.
Yes, where universities are incubating these business ideas.
Yes.
And they end up being some of the biggest. And they have global impact.
Absolutely.
Why are we not having that here now? That similar situation here in Africa. We have a few ideas, that have ballooned and they've become big, such as M-Pesa.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I really don't see much.
By the way, let me throw a little cold water on this. Every time we talk of M-Pesa, people speak of it as though some Kenyan came up with it.
Yeah.
Some Kenyan did not come up with the idea. No. The employee of the parent company that what we now call Safaricom, it was an idea that was supposed to start. There were a combination of ideas. There was one of the idea of a fintech, the idea of how you combine the two, and it didn't even start here. Kenya is where it was operationalized.
Implemented, yes.
Now, Vodacom were the people who actually went with the idea and pushed it. Now, upon implementation in Kenya, it caught on like this. In the same way, telephony through the handset also took off.
Yes.
It was a consequence of Posta and the inconveniences that people had suffered from Posta for years on end, the inefficiency. Something that you could control and which worked, caught on and caught on very, very quickly. Okay? Now, because it was under Safaricom and it was operationalized in Kenya, we have always assumed.
Yes, it's a Kenyan innovation.
In a sense, it is, because the proof of that concept was realized here. But the idea and the thinking about it and the journey it took place actually, it was Malawi, Zambia, then was brought here. When an idea whose time has come, and M-Pesa is a perfect example of it. It does things that nobody ever thought it could do, because M-Pesa turns over money that banks envy. Because it is many, many more times more than what the banks do, and yet it is far, far more convenient. But then the marriage with because M-Pesa doesn't own a bank, doesn't have a bank. So banks also benefit from the business.
So again, like I was saying, University of Lund and Tallinn in Estonia and many other examples that I might not even know of are successful in that way. Why don't we have such stories here in the continent of Africa?
It's a very good question. And
is it because, and let me help you think, is it because of the way we run our universities.
Yes.
The fact that perhaps we don't do sufficient, we don't have sufficient research programs ongoing that can actually give birth to viable economic ideas.
Yeah.
Where is the disconnect?
You know, and it could be a combination of all those. But my conclusion about life has been, once I see what needs to be done, let me just do it. Because then what I've noticed that, you know, people, when they see something working, they tend then to come on board. Now, it could be, a lot of it could just be people's experience. You and I went through university, that was our experience. And then you become a lecturer, and then you start reproducing the same. But I can tell you what we are doing now for this summit is that we have advertised and had 15 companies apply into this process. We've put together a challenge and said, if you're a company and you want to be you want to participate in this challenge, apply. So we already have we target actually 10 companies.
Okay.
Now we have about 15.
Wow.
Then we said for universities, again, we have this model. We are going to have a challenge, apply. We also about again, target was 10. We're about 16 universities. So what will happen on Tuesday? We will put this one business company together with one. Will match a company and a business and a university, a university team. Then this company presents their biggest challenge that they would like addressed. This will be turned over to the university team. The university team will come up with a solution and then turn it back to the company. And we then hope, and then of course they will compete. We'll have judges. We'll have a gala award in the evening to award the most creative. So that's like a hackathon idea.
Okay.
But then after that, we'll put them into a program of about 6 to 1 year. So that now if you're doing a course in university, and let's say we paired you with a company, you know, let's say your company, then these students can together, their faculty member, postgraduate, and the 4 students can focus on working on this solution.
Okay.
That way we hope that then the students can have market-led projects, because many times you come up with imaginary project. You have a market-led project. At the same time, we begin influencing also the curriculum in the university, and then also eventually hopefully influence the policy and environment. I'll conclude by just giving one example. I was actually talking with the DVC for Daystar.
All right.
I told me, Mike, you know, what you've just said is actually true. We went to Heidelberg University, and within that university, there are 350 companies within the university. 350 within the university. And they launch a patent, one patent every day.
Huh?
One per day. 352 patents in a year.
Wow.
So that's our competition. I mean, as Kenyan university, that's what we are competing. These are the guys I've seen that, and you can see that's where the economy is accelerating. And for us, we need to really begin putting that. In the West, it's called triple helix, where you bring together the government, the industry, and academia together to work towards very specific challenges and solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or everything has been innovated, and now we are just... The reason I'm saying this is because even here we have our own problems.
I know.
And you'd expect that we would innovate solutions to those specific problems.
Yes.
So, for example, something I've been saying here several times on matters to do with manufacturing.
Yes.
We graduate a lot of engineers on a yearly.
I'm one of them.
Exactly. So we have engineers. You did geospatial what?
Geospatial and space technology.
And space technology.
So go to the moon.
So we have an astronaut here.
Actually, he's more than an astronaut. An astronaut is essentially a pilot.
What I'm trying to say.
What he is the brains that make that particular gadget go to where it's supposed to get to.
So he will meet aliens. So
that's my fascination.
So we have all these engineers that we have, and then we have doctors. We have biochemists, biotechnologists, chemists. Why are we not manufacturing our own medicine?
Yes.
Improving on our already herbal medicine that we have.
Yes.
And I think I'll keep on having this conversation until someone actually stops me and tells me, Mbuvi, this is not possible because of A, B, C, D.
It is actually possible, and it's actually being done.
The
scale is what is not what you'd call industrial. But everything you're saying.
The
Kenya Medical Research Institute has a center.
Yes.
that deals with traditional health.
Yeah.
This herbal thing you're talking about, an entire center dedicated to nothing other than traditional medicine, herbs, and so forth.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Yeah.
Okay. So the understanding of that need exists.
Yeah.
And there are very many products. You hear of some of these neem products that are sold on the market.
Yes. Yeah.
As I said, it doesn't reach industrial scale, but it exists.
Yes. Yeah.
Many prototype ideas will go to Camry, who have the capacity to actually ensure all the scientific requirements, when they're talking about the safety of it, the efficacy of it, all these things. They will do that so that by the time they say this thing can actually be used by human beings with minimal harm, they have data to support whatever it is that is there. The industrial scale is what we have not gotten to.
When you go to, if you go to Isili and you visit some of the businesses there that are led by our brothers from Somali, or Somali, Kenyan Somalis, they are selling a lot of products that are coming from the Arab world.
Yes.
Yet we have similar, if not the same, products that that are in our forests here. So I wonder why we are not, manufacturing at that level and selling Kenyan-made products. So again, going back to this whole issue, and you said it's a triple helix where we have academia, government, and who?
It's academia, government, and industry.
Yes.
In Kenya, actually, I added a fourth helix so that we call it quadrihelix. So there's community as well, because in the community very much involved.
So that we can have our own business-led innovations. To our solutions, to our problems, rather.
Our problems.
Okay. Now, in terms of getting back to ensuring that we have sustainable businesses.
Yes.
If you were to ask me, I look at majority of our businesses, and I'm thinking we are very environmentally friendly, apart from a few pollutants here and there that we drop into Nairobi River.
Yes. Yeah, generally, I mean, we don't, our waste consumption is not as big as what we see in the West. So our carbon footprint is much less. So as I said, looking at the context, we only pollute 3% of the global pollution.
Yes.
So we are still low. But then, if we can be able to even get better at this stage, without waiting to get where those other countries are, and recognizing the value of reducing, recycling, and reuse.
Yes.
I once visited Sweden. This one of the things I used to visit and just wonder how they do this. And believe it or not, Sweden imports waste from as far as UK.
Oh, something we have actually discussed here. Yes.
Yes.
They import,
you have, eh?
Yes, they import their trash from the UK.
Yes.
And then they burn it for energy.
Exactly. It was very fascinating to see that in practice, because I actually went and saw waste labeled and they could see if you're UK. And so it's really understanding and in that visit I went with a guy called Dennis Kioko. I'm sure he doesn't mind me mentioning.
Right.
From Machakos. And now he's begun doing that in Machakos County.
He's burning trash.
Yeah, he's recycling waste. And that year I took a team from Machakos County. I took the speaker. I took the guy who was the CEO for the business in Machakos. It was a team including Seku University professor.
All right.
And the idea was, since Machakos is like a dormitory county to Nairobi, why don't we build our economy based on importing waste from Nairobi County and translate it to energy and export it back to Nairobi and other counties?
Wait a minute. You're saying Dennis Kioko is currently recycling trash, waste in Machakos?
In Machakos County.
What is he doing with the waste? Is he producing energy from it, or is he making it into other products?
I think right now he's making it into other products. He's not gone to, because by the time you talk about, energy burning to create energy and electricity, you really need heavy machinery. So, but he started the steps.
But what would stop a county such as Machakos?
Absolutely nothing.
Or even our neighbors here in Kiambu County getting our garbage, our waste, our trash, and convert it, because you're saying it needs heavy machinery. So I'm assuming it's also capital intensive.
Yes,
Does a county such as Machakos have the money?
That's why it took them there. I mean, that was the reason for them to see and begin the same processes here.
Then why isn't Honorable Wavinya doing something about it?
I'm not sure.
But Paul, you asked a question, and it's a pertinent question.
Yes.
Why is it that very many Kenyans come up with very many good ideas?
Yes.
And yet the implementation, we always fall short of the implementation. What is it? It isn't that we don't have the knowledge. We do.
Yes.
What I would ask is, how do you get people who are in leadership positions like governors to understand how it is they can grow their economies?
Yes.
Now, if you can attach an idea like this one of turning garbage or waste into something more useful, more productive, if that is the thinking, then literally every activity that the county has, the thinking would be whether it is farming, whether it is agriculture, whether it is an environment in which people can actually invest. And Machakos County, you know, these industries that we speak of, they're actually in Machakos County. They're in Nairobi.
Yes.
Okay? How do you harness that so that the county genuinely benefits normally? Or has the county been benefiting, but the discussion is kept low because the benefit doesn't necessarily go directly to the county, it goes to certain individuals. So we're talking about the spirit that people lack. Yes. And the understanding, this is my view, the fundamental understanding of leadership that when you grow the livelihood of your people, you grow your own. When you ensure that the residents of your county who elected you have a situation where they can see their livelihood improving and changing for the better, and the economy of the county growing, so does yours. Because if the discussion we constantly have is from documentation from the Auditor General, we call it audit queries. In reality, it's actually just theft.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
Absolutely.
Money that should have been used and documented and budgeted for, never really getting to what it is.
Yes.
And the reason we know this is because pending bills in counties doesn't lessen, it grows.
No.
And yet, when you budget and you engage someone to do business with them, you've budgeted for it. If they were paid, there'll be no pending bills.
That's true.
So how is it that every year the budget and every year the pending bills increase? How does this happen? See, so the leadership and their understanding of what their role is and what they can do with all these things, it seems like we are at a riverbank and we are stuck and we cannot cross that. Those who have bothered to cross it, Kivuta Kibwana being one, we see Kangate trying. He's really
in
trying.
Murang'a County.
Doing well. Unfortunately, we stop there.
So again, I beg to ask the question. And CT has actually even said, you know, if you look at the industries within Machakos County, they can benefit from that power.
Ziko nyingi.
Thika pia wako na two factories hapa na pale, assembly plants and all.
Yes.
They can benefit from this power.
They can.
So is it we're like city saying we are at the river, we don't know how to wade through the waters, or is it just we actually know but we just won't, we don't want to? From where you see,
from where I sit, so it begins with a vision of what could happen, and so one is just exposing people to what that preferred future of what can happen. Now, my experience is that even, like he's saying, even when you expose, knowledge is not always the only thing. It seems like in the world, if you take 10 people, 2 people will see an idea and implement, but 8 will probably not do much about it.
Okay.
So I think the key is identifying those that can be able to identify and run with it, because they are there, but they are few. Okay. But we need to be able to identify, like now the Murangas of this world, and try to use those as models and see who can implement.
All right.
Unfortunately, a lot of leaders that we have in the office are not necessarily people who are leaders actually,
Yes.
and implementers. So it's really to try to identify those and let them become catalysts. That's what I would say.
You know, as we were having that conversation, I was remembering a conversation I had with my cousin. She is in Germany, and what she told me is that in Germany, whenever you have consumed, the sodas that we take, the juices, even the waters,
Yes.
from the water bottles,
Yeah.
and other plastic material, there's a place where you return
Yes.
them,
Yeah.
and you're actually given a cashback.
Yes.
So depending
Yeah.
on the number
Yeah.
of bottles or
That's-
kgs you delivered,
yes.
and there's no middleman.
Yes.
It's like an ATM machine. You go, drop this trash,
Plastic money comes out.
pesa inatoka.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm thinking, in Africa where we have
Yes.
some of this this kind of waste,
Actually, by the, yeah.
Why
That's a
haven't-
very good idea.
why
Why don't you do it? That's a business
idea, right?
Yeah.
I should do it.
You should do it.
All initiatives have been there.
Yeah.
Unasema cartels wataninyonga.
No, it's not the cartels.
City will always pour cold water.
No. It's the cold water is
gives
what
the
you call
alternative view.
an alternative view. Yes.
Yeah.
You see, for people to learn how to manage trash, they actually have to be taught.
Yeah.
Don't assume that you will make a statement, people will understand it.
Yeah.
Taught.
Yeah.
And then there needs to be a provision to enable them to sort out their trash.
Yeah.
There are places where you find that sorting out.
Yeah.
There's this bin which is for plastic.
Yes.
Metal.
Organic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Organic.
But they have to be taught. And this is one of those things that you actually need to even start teaching children
Yeah.
when they're in school.
That
So
is
they're used to it in school.
Yeah.
So it becomes normal when they get to a home. And when they grow up, it's normal.
Yes.
The problem is, some of these initiatives have even trained community members to form groups who will then put this into practice.
Yeah.
The problem is that these groups are never supported. If the funding which started it is in force, you actually see changes.
Yes.
But the moment the funding ends, then you find garbage heaps on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Even, let's not go to other towns. Let's start with this one.
Yes.
Okay? Because of the population of these people in this city, we accumulate the largest amount of garbage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, it is managed badly.
Very true.
I don't understand why the cartels are blamed for it. I honestly don't understand it, because there is nobody in this country who forms a cartel who isn't a local, who isn't a Kenyan, who is not known.
Basically, no foreigner has a cartel here.
The cartel is us. Whether it's the water cartel, whatever it is. But they act with impunity because they've been allowed to over time. And this is not those situations where you're going to blame other people. If I elect you and I cannot hold you to account, I deserve every problem that I get.
Yes.
It is my job to make sure that the people I have given my vote and who are supposed to work for me actually work for me. That is not somebody else's job.
Yes.
But we believe that once we have elected you, you should know what we elected you for and you should do it.
Yeah.
We elect them to a position of power. And once somebody has power, that's the new partner they have, not you.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily going to do what you want.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to ensure. What am I saying? It's an example of the sort of mindset change that is absolutely necessary if the questions you're asking are to be answered. We do have people who manufacture medicines in our country. We do. But the scale doesn't meet the demands that we have. If we have sugar factories, for instance, and the sugar factories and the output cannot meet the needs of the demands for sugar in the country, there's a demand, but we can't meet it. So you ask, something as simple as something that we need, and yet we have seen how to produce it, because you can see the factories, you can see the sugar growing areas, and yet it's not enough. And this hasn't been enough right from the very inception when we started creating sugar factories. Right. So you ask the question, how is it that difficult to actually for us to be self-sufficient in some of these things? The answer is, we can. We have land in the northeastern part of this country that is not desert. It's just savanna or semi-arid. We have an institution called Calro. It used to be called CARI. Man, the research they do There are people who have ranches in places like Australia and the Amazon regions of Brazil who took the growth of the grasses that we had in this country, and that is what they use there. In those countries, it came from here. We didn't borrow the idea, we created it ourselves. We have seeds that grow in those semi-arid areas. Calro has almost anything you may think that we need for the areas that we have. Those areas have rainfall. Nobody talks to you about how they harvest that rainfall, how they make it usable. I'm talking about a low-hanging fruit that can actually be utilized. Manufacturing may be a little high up, but if the mindset is to utilize what you have and what is available and you can see it to benefit you, something like just basic food security, where you grow enough food to feed your people, that's a huge step. The next step is a lot simpler. So the issue of people not having food in the country ceases. We have more land than we know what to do with.
It's very true. I was even just thinking about glass can be recycled back to sand, and it's actually been done in certain places where they crush the glass and then it goes back to its sand form, and it's taken back to construction, and people are constructing homes with the sand. So but it's not that we are lacking ideas. It's not like we are lacking opportunities and examples where this has been done before. It's just that we're not doing it. Now you've told us you took people to a place where they saw things happening, came back, one of them is successfully doing something about it. But what's our problem, Mike?
So actually I even had an MC for Nairobi go to Sweden. I think it was last December.
Right. Courtesy of
okay. Hoping to come, and so he went. I think he went, took some good pictures, and then after that that was like 6 months ago. He's never mentioned about the trip.
Wow.
So but again, not to be discouraged.
Yes.
So because for me, I'm always many years ago, I used to have a housemate called Mike Mene, a German, and he told me that his dad used to tell him, but Mike, instead of complaining about the darkness, why not light a candle?
All right.
Just light one candle. Forget about the darkness. The darkness is huge. But if you light one, and that candle lights another one, another one.
Kutakuwa na mwangaza.
So in this whole sustainability, one of the sectors that we've chosen to focus on, it's e-mobility. Now, e-mobility will be a major part of this summit that we're having next week.
Yes.
And so we are focusing on electric bikes. Now, let me just give you some numbers. Bikes, motorcycles contribute about 600 billion into our economy.
600 billion annually?
Billion, yes.
Okay.
So it's a huge economic generator. That's number one. You have about between 2 to 3 million motorcycles now in our economy.
How many?
Must be about 3 million. That used to be 2, and I would imagine by now we are probably close to 3 million motorcycles. Now, each motorcycle, in terms of pollution, the ones that are ICE, internal combustion engines, they generate about 1 kg of CO2 emission per day.
This is every bike.
Yes. So daily emission into the environment, you're basically looking about 3 million
kilograms.
Yes. So every day pumping that to your environment. That's how much. So think about that's what you're contributing to. You have children?
Yes, I do have two.
So that's our fantastic contribution to the breathing environment for your 2 children. Now, if we were to move from ICE bikes to electric, you can imagine we'll be saving about 3 million kgs, which is like
3,000 tons.
3,000 tons per day
Yes.
in terms of CO2 emission into the environment.
Let me ask you this question. The conference I've understood and the beauty of it.
Yes.
Are there specific regions of this country
Yes.
where you think some of the ideas that people have can actually be operationalized in?
In terms of like...
there are ideas that people have.
Yes.
There are counties that would be more amenable.
Yes.
Or simply because of either their location or what
they
already have.
Yeah.
They would be better places to begin the idea.
Yes. No, and actually that's a very good question. And if I I hadn't thought about that, but now think about moving from the conference. If I was to ask myself which counties I would go to, I would ask myself which governor seems to be proactive.
Switched on.
Yeah, switched on in identifying new ideas and really concerned about transformation of his county. Because I think for me, leadership is everything.
It is everything.
Yeah, yeah. Once you get the right leaders, I think the rest would adopt a lot of.
Yeah. There is a trend that this country has.
Yeah.
That is depressing.
Yes.
If you look at our history.
Yeah.
There are very many things that we have spearheaded and have begun.
Yes.
But we seem to roll back our achievements.
Absolutely.
We even create structures that can actually support the ideas and the things that we're saying.
Yeah.
And then we roll it back.
Yeah.
The county governments gives us an opportunity to do something that probably hadn't been done before. Because if everything was centered on the national government,
then
if it failed at the national level, it will fail throughout the whole country.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the moment there's this diversification, the question I want to ask is thought given to the sort of communication that is anchored in narratives that would get people to embrace these ideas and understand how it would benefit them? Because the idea may be good.
Yes.
But if those who are receiving it don't see the benefit of it, they will not embrace it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Is there a place where the communication of these ideas can be curated and crafted so that the listeners and the hearers can see and understand? Because when they see and understand it in their mind's eye, they then support it.
Yes.
Is there a place for this in the conference? Because people are showcasing.
Yeah.
There's academia.
Yes.
There's government.
Yes.
The business people are business people.
Yeah.
Government wants the citizenry to benefit.
Yes.
That's where the one thing that this government and previous governments are poor at.
Yes.
This thing called communication.
Yes.
If it was an exam, they'd be getting F. Almost at every turn. But it isn't.
Yeah.
And a conference doesn't come so that we have a conference and it's the end of it.
No.
There needs to be a projection of what the conference will achieve 1 year after the end of that conference, the second year, and so forth.
Yes.
What are the thinkings in this line with regards to this conference?
Well, and it would be great to invite you, Bonaciti, and Mbuvi to help us in the communication, because you're right. I mean, I think we can know it's a government, but all of us many times do amazing things, and we can do better communication. And I will tell, for example, give you a story, a real story, because I was having discussion with one of the guys. So when we got into this e-mobility, we decided, the main challenge about getting a motorcycle is financing. If you're a rider and you want to get a motorcycle, obviously you don't have enough capital for a motorcycle. They will range about 250,000 to 300, depending on which one you get.
This is an e-bike.
An e-bike, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 250. If it's got two batteries like the ROM ones, you spend as much as one with one battery is about 292,000. Another battery, which is normally like 50% of the bike, will take you to almost 450,000. So the first barrier is the cost of capital to purchase a bike. So that is what we, as a GNWE, we have GNWE Support Services. We are supporting these riders to purchase bikes. So we come and, you get a bike on day one, so that you can start doing working, and then you pay back the amount of money over a period of 2 years.
All right.
That's what you are doing. Now, obviously, financials have stayed away from that because of defaults. The riders, and you're thinking, I give you $500,000, am I going to get it back?
Yes.
So we have adopted a lot of technology into it, so that if for you, we have given you a bike, and then you're supposed to be making daily payment, if you default over maybe a period of time, a week or so, and you can track your bike on a daily basis, and you can switch off the bike at any time. Now, once we switch off, it will not go off when you are riding.
But when you stop...
When you stop, it will not come on.
So what if I stop in traffic?
Sutajipanga. The wheels of that bike doesn't require electricity. You can actually push it.
Oh, so I can push it, eh?
You can push it, but you don't. I mean,
you can push it.
Because I'm thinking I'm there on Uhuru Highway traffic and then anyway.
So you'll push it home. So one is just and then in terms of technology that's there, we can track even the cells of the battery. Even if you go in and hit it like 50 meters down,
yes,
we'll be able to see it and recover it.
Okay.
So there is a stop, recover, mechanism. The other thing is the payment. You're supposed to make daily payments. So again, we have adopted technology so that every payment that we make, we can see on a dashboard your daily payment. If you default, we can tell. So now I was talking with one of the guys who was that biker.
Yes.
So let me give you the numbers. This guy, before he got a bike, he used to live in a Mabati house in some shanty place. And for a normal ice bike, you let's say you make 3,000 shillings.
Yes.
1,000 will probably go to fuel. Then some more money goes towards repairs and maintenance and so forth. But of electric bike, he was telling me he gets 3,000. He spends about 150, a maximum of 200 shillings for his charging the battery.
Okay.
Everything else,
He makes.
He
takes home, yes.
He takes home. Now he's moved from that shanty place. He used to pay, I think, 1,500
for the shanty.
Yeah. He lives now in Umoja. He pays 8,500 per month.
Right.
He's able to take his kids to school. He's able to pay for health. And his life has completely changed. All that with less pollution in the environment.
So what he does is that, does he charge the battery at home or
he
exchange?
charges at home.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Because I think I was carried by one rider the other day. When I asked him, so where do you charge this, the new of yours? He told me that he exchanges the battery.
So there are two business models. One business model is based on the company that is making these bikes makes the money from the energy they sell. So they lower the cost. So generally you'll find the cost of a bike is just over 100,000, maybe 150.
Okay.
So it's fairly cheap. But then when it comes, the battery they own.
Yes.
And you have to go and swap.
Okay.
In a swap station.
So every day when I'm out of charge, I go get a new battery.
Yes.
But I pay for the new one.
You pay for the new one and the amount of energy
charge that it has. Okay.
So you'll find the cost for energy there will be a lot higher. Be about 300, maybe 350 per day.
Per day.
But then there are companies that their basic business model is to sell you the bike. So the bike will be quite a bit more expensive to buy.
But you're now independent.
But now you can just anywhere you can charge your phone, you can charge your battery.
All right.
And you don't need any swapping,
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, we have literally come to the end of the show.
Yes.
Paul, can I ask just one question?
Please do.
Given that you've come up with all these ways of doing what you do.
Yes.
What does your communication department do?
Yes.
To ensure that you keep up with the changes and continue to educate and communicate to your client base and most probably future client base on what it is that they stand to benefit by associating with you?
Many times when you're implementing, you get so carried away with doing the work that communication is not, can be improved. Let me just say that. Like now we have the summit is, by the way, for the viewers, if you want to register, today is like your most likely your last day for registration.
For this conference?
For this conference. So viewers can register and attend. It will be at Olesereni. And I can share the QR code. And,
go ahead.
The
QR code, or is there a website?
Yeah,
that will be easy to just mention.
Yes. Actually, if you go to Sustainable World Corporation, Sustainable World Corporation website,
yes,
there will be a menu on register.
Okay.
And then you can be able to register. There's a QR code and all the information.
Anyone who's interested.
Yes.
And the good thing is that we are live on YouTube.
Yes.
And, it will be replayed even after the show.
Fantastic.
So anyone who's interested will definitely do that.
Yeah.
A very quick one here by Marceline Joel Anasema. Are you looking for financiers for the same? If so, how can one reach Jinwe to plug in?
Yeah, so we thank you so much, Marceline, for asking that question. We are indeed looking for financiers. I think we have a model, a business model that works, the technology deployed. And so our target is to have 10,000 ICE bikes move to electric bikes. And so, we are looking for individuals or companies that can be able to put financing so that we can be able to enable more riders to be able to transition from fuel-based bikes to electric bikes.
How do they get in touch, basically? I think that's what she wants.
Oh, yeah, you can reach me at generally my day-to-day work. I'm the CEO of I Choose Live Africa, so I Choose Live Africa. Or also GNUE has a website, is GNUE, www.gnue.co.ke.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mike. It's a shame we have come to the end of the show. But it's not the end of the conversation.
Yes.
Let's link up next week for more of this. Otherwise, from City and myself, City. Si useme kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
This is the Radio Generation News.